Yeah, I noticed. That would be nice. It says you're waiting for mine. Yeah, like whenever I drive by, I see your car, but I never see you like out in the yard. Yeah.
I don't have a plug in anymore. I've used that a few times. Oh.
Good evening. I call this May 13th, 2025 meeting of the Morrisville Town Council to order. I want to announce that Councilmember Rao will not be joining us this evening. Thank you to those here in person with us tonight, those watching via live stream, and those who are watching in the recording of this meeting. Our town mission statement, which helps guide our decisions tonight and into the future, is connecting our diverse community to an enhanced quality of life through innovative programs and services. Officer Thompson is our Sergeant at Arms for this evening's meeting. We thank you for your attendance. This evening, I will be leading our invocation. Let us take a quiet moment to center ourselves as we begin this evening's meeting. As we gather in service to the people of Morrisville, I'm reminded of the importance of family, our first community, our lasting foundation. This past Sunday, we celebrated Mother's Day, a time to honor those who nurture, guide, and support us, mothers, grandmothers, and mother figures who give it themselves with patience, strength, and love. Their devotion helps shape our homes, our values, and the very heart of this town. I'd also like to express personal gratitude. I could not do the work I do as mayor without the constant encouragement, wisdom, and love of my wife, Kathy. Her support allows me to give more fully to this community, and I am deeply thankful. Let us carry that same spirit of support, respect, and care into our discussions and decisions tonight. May our choices be guided by thoughtfulness and a shared commitment to the well-being of all the families who call Morrisville home. All who are able at the time, please stand as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we adopt tonight's agenda, Town Council policy is to review and ensure there are no conflicts of interest or appearance of conflict of interest with any items on the agenda. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion and second to adopt this evening's regular agenda?
Make a motion to adopt the agenda. Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Johnson, a second from Mayor Pro Tem, and a second from Mayor Pro Tem Garamella. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously 6-0. There are 3 items on this evening's consent agenda: 2025 special events road closures, resolution approving the award of International Drive reconstruction contract, and resolution opposing HB 765, an act to reform local government development regulations. Would any member of council wish to pull any item for discussion, or is there a motion and second to adopt this consent agenda? I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve. Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Johnson, a second from Councilmember Rabati. All those in favor of adopting tonight's consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
All any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously as well. Next on our agenda is proclamations. We will have one proclamation read during the meeting. There are also other proclamations acknowledged by council, and they'll be included for reference in our agenda. I will be reading the proclamation recognizing National Tennis Month. Laura Wagant with the Western Wake Tennis Association will be present to receive the proclamation, and she has some of her team here. And I want to make a note, and I'll show you in a second, that I have with me the tennis ball we gave out to celebrate the opening of our tennis courts, and it was on May 25th, 2023. The Phase 3 completion celebration for Morrisville Community Park, which included the unveiling of new tennis and pickleball courts, was held just about 2 years ago now. The event marked the culmination of a $2.7 million project funded through the 2021 Morrisville Bond Referendum. So here's the proclamation. This is recognizing May as National Tennis Month. Whereas on May 21st, 1881, the United States Tennis Association, USTA, originally known as the United States National Lawn Tennis Association, was founded in New York City, New York, to create rules and standards for the emerging game of lawn tennis. And whereas the USTA is the nonprofit national governing body for tennis in the United States, with over 550,000 members, is the largest tennis organization in the world and leads the promotion and growth of the sport at every level of play, from beginners to professionals at the US Open. And whereas the USTA proudly partners with local tennis programs to showcase the important health, social, and educational benefits of tennis and make the sport available to everyone, regardless of age, environment, conditions, or ability, through its USTA adaptive grants. And whereas the latest research by the Physical Activity Council, or PAC, shows that more than 25.7 million Americans played tennis in 2024, an unprecedented 46% increase in participation over 2019, and the highest number of players since the PAC study began in 2007. And whereas by increasing the accessibility of tennis for residents in the town of Morrisville of all ages and ability, the USTA has contributed to making our community happier and healthier. And whereas USTA has declared the month of May as National Tennis Month to encourage players, organizations, facilities, retailers, tennis manufacturers, and more to promote local programs and activities at parks and facilities to showcase tennis and spread the word about the sport and its benefits. It's a bit of a run-on sentence, I think. And to help players and non-players alike find courts and play opportunities in their communities. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Morrisville does hereby recognize May as National Tennis Month and urges the residents of Morrisville to become aware and support National Tennis Month. So I'd ask you to bring up your team at this time. And I actually forgot the proclamation. Yeah, you'll stand in the middle there.
Hello.
I had one job to deliver the proclamation and I forgot it, sorry.
You had to read it.
So we're gonna do a quick picture first.
Let's have you hold it.
Okay, well, I have to also show the tennis ball.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
All right, everyone look here. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna take a couple more.
Got it. Thank you.
And if you wanna hold that.
Sure.
And you wanna introduce your team,
Okay.
I'm gonna be over here trying to distract people.
Okay, yeah. That's a big racket, you can do it. So I'm Laura White with Western Wake Tennis Association, and we're a nonprofit organization that works with the town of Morrisville to help promote tennis in the area. I have Holly Haney with me, she's a board member. Michelle Yates is one of our league coordinators for adults, and then Carol Cook also does league coordination for adults. So what we're able to do as an organization is help reach people to promote tennis, and tennis is basically arguably the healthiest sport that there is on the planet. And the reason for that is there was a study that showed that tennis players live on average 9.7 years longer than any other, like a sedentary person. But then the next sport back down is also a racket sport, and it's badminton at 6.2 years. And then swimming and jogging and things like that. So by Morrisville providing tennis opportunities through the Park and Recs Department, Mary, Kendall, and Sarah, with what they're able to promote, we are able to reach people and have them introduced to tennis through our Try Tennis program, play leagues as adults. There's a lot of youth programs here through RDU Tennis, and we just want to get people out and play. We found out in the pandemic that we really like to be around other people, and we like activity, and we like to be outside, and tennis provides all of that through the healthy activity, which is the physical, mental, and social benefits of tennis. And we are so grateful for our partnership with Morrisville. Did he do it? Did you? Okay. He's very impressive. So we are, again, very, very grateful for our partnership and for you proclaiming May as National Tennis Month. Thank you to all of you.
And I know it's not tennis, but do you have any data on pickleball? Because we have some interested audience members. Do you have any data on that?
I don't have any data on that, and tennis is the healthiest sport. However, I would say I wouldn't be an advocate for health and healthful activities if I said don't play pickleball. Do something, get out and play and do something healthy with other people, but I don't have any data. I just know that tennis is 9.7 years longer. So.
Thank you all very much. Let's give them a hand. And I did mention that there are some other proclamations. They'll be presented outside of the meeting, like we did when we recognized Peace Officers Memorial Day and Police Week earlier today in these chambers. Those are proclamation recognizing National Public Works Week, proclamation recognizing Peace Officers Memorial Day and Police Week, which is this week, proclamation recognizing Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and proclamation recognizing Building Safety Month. So next on the agenda is Morrisville Speaks, public comment. Town Clerk Bertling, do we have people signed up for speaking tonight? Okay. Let me just say, for those who have signed up to speak, please approach the microphone, stand when your name is called, begin by stating your name and residential address, and direct your comments to the council. Each speaker is allotted 3 minutes to ensure everyone has a fair opportunity to share their thoughts. A timer will start after you state your name and address, and the buzzer will sound when your time is up. We appreciate your cooperation in helping us manage time fairly for all participants. Town Clerk Bertling.
Christine Hughes.
My name is Christine Hughes. I live at 14102 Joshua Tree Court, Cary, North Carolina, right up the road. Good evening, Mayor, colleague, council members, and members of the community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I am here to share some exciting news and to invite the town of Morrisville and the community to take part in something truly inspiring. The Special Olympics North Carolina Summer Games taking place at the end of May. This flagship event brings together more than 1,500 athletes with intellectual disabilities from across the state. Individuals who train hard all year for the chance to compete in sports like swimming, athletics, gymnastics, and more. But this isn't just a sporting event, it's a celebration of inclusion, determination, and community. The Summer Games represent the very best of what North Carolina stands for. A place where everyone belongs, where everyone is valued, and where every voice matters. It is an experience that lifts hearts and brings people together, families, volunteers, law enforcement, and supporters from all walks of life. Many of our local officers, including those from the Morrisville Police Department that support Special Olympics North Carolina through the LATR program, support these athletes through events like Tippecanoe, and I want to thank them for their continued dedication. But the Games also need something only a community like Morrisville can provide: volunteers. We are actively looking for individuals and groups to make these Games a success. Whether it's assisting at venues, welcoming athletes, or just cheering from the sidelines. If you're interested in getting involved, I have flyers with volunteer information available here tonight. But also we're looking for people that have first aid experience. Please take one, spread the word, consider giving a few hours of your time. It will mean the world to these athletes. In fact, our volleyball venue will be right here in Morrisville at the Triangle Volleyball Club, and I will be there as a professional line judge. Together, we can ensure they receive the celebration they deserve. Thank you for your time. and I hope to see you at the games. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Linda Lyons.
My name is Linda Lyons, 1005 Church Street, Morrisville. Church Street and Morrisville is growing at a fast pace, so that means more cars and more people walking and driving to Shallow Park. I would like to ask the town to inquire with DOT about installing a pedestrian light at the intersection of Church Street, Barbie Road, and Everett Field Road to assist with people crossing the street going to and from Shallow Park and Shallow Church. There is a pedestrian sign and marking, but that does nothing on slowing the traffic down. So I'm hoping a flashing light will help. I also would like to make a comment concerning parking at Town Hall. I'm sure you already know this. There is not enough parking spaces for people to park, and there should be more signage directing people where to park for town council meeting and other events. I would like to bring up something I think could really help the future of our town, and that is the idea of creating certificate classes for anyone running for town council. Now, I want to be clear, this isn't about questioning anyone's commitment or intention. I know people run for council because they care about the community and want to make a difference. But the truth is, serving on the council is a big responsibility. It involves understanding zoning laws, development plans, budget, infrastructure, long-term planning, you name it. It's not easy, and expecting someone to step into that role and just figure it out as they go doesn't always get them or the town up for success. So what I'm suggesting is to a basic certification course or orientation that walks candidate through how the town runs. Sometimes something that covers planning procedures, decision-making processes, what expected when it comes to development, budgeting, public safety, all the moving pieces that impact the decision this board has to make every day. It wouldn't be a big, huge time commitment, just enough to make sure anyone stepping into a leadership role has a solid foundation. Other towns do this, and it helps bring clarity, accountability, and more thoughtful leadership to the table. It's not about creating barriers, it's about raising the standards and making sure everyone is equipped to make informed decisions for our town future. At the end of the day, we all want what's best for Morrisville and give future council members the tools and knowledge they need to do the job well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Suresh Naryaj.
Good evening, Mayor.
Could you reset the clock, please? Clock. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, and the council members and everybody present in the room. My name is Suresh and last name is Narayan. I live in Breckenridge, 803 Willingham Road, Morrisville, and been here a resident for 22 years. Starting the clock. So I'm here today, basically, some time back I had talked about safety in Breckenridge. So I want to bring a positive note as to what I thought regarding my concerns. I was really surprised to get a note from the police chief telling me where we stand, what has been done. I personally want to thank Chief Costa for that, and also to let people know that when you bring concerns to the right people, you do get a response. So I want to take a moment to thank and also for letting me know that the work is in progress, things that have not been done as yet. I do understand there's some time and limits, so we're ready to wait, but it's a good news. So I just wanted to share that. The second is the parks and recreation. There's a lot of concern with the senior citizens at the Morrisville Senior Center and the Morrisville Aquatic Center. The good news is that I want to thank Mary Fawcett and her team, Sarah and Kendall and Laura, for doing an excellent job facilitating a kind of interaction with the people of or the town people and letting them know what we're doing, what is the progress. So just a thank you to both the teams, just to police chief and also to Mary Fawcett and her team. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Was there anyone else, Town Clerk? Was there anyone who emailed us? Sorry, I'm taking the red line a little bit out of order.
We received one online public comment from William Dutchkowitz at 1112 Justice Walk Avenue. I am a resident of the town of Morrisville and live at 1112 Justice Walk Avenue. I am a disabled Vietnam veteran and a former member of the Morrisville Veterans Memorial Foundation. The environment and tree canopy are important to me and the fellow veterans I meet at the VFW and American Legion meetings. The Morrisville Strategic Plan is progressive and calls for engagement and discussion with all communities except veterans. In 2022, under the strategic plan, the town paid a contractor $43,900 to design a memorial with minimal veteran input. Veterans are turned off by the design. The foundation has been in operation for 9 years and never issued a report to donors. The Veterans Memorial Project appears to be a publicity stunt for the Morrisville Strategic Plan, and the town does not have the intention or plans to build a memorial in our lifetime. There is almost no support for the town design in the veterans community because it ignores important environmental concerns and construction cost will be impossible to raise. Foundation was founded in 2016 and has operated in secret. It is time for the foundation to share their plans for the memorial with taxpayers and veterans.
Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who has spoken. If anyone in the audience did not sign up and would like to address council, please come forward to the microphone, stand, and state your name and residential address, and you'll have 3 minutes to share your comments. Does anyone want to avail themselves of that opportunity? Okay. Thank you very much, Town Clerk. As a reminder, we encourage the submission of written comments as they offer a valuable way for community members to share their feedback. Please note our new public comment and public hearing email is publicinput@morrisvillenc.gov. We're now at presentations. We have 4 presentations scheduled this evening. We now invite Shandy Paget, Inspections Director, forward to recognize Greg McDaniel, Acting Operations Manager. I'm sorry if I stole your thunder a little bit there.
Excuse me. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and senior leadership for this opportunity to recognize a valued member of our team. Greg McDaniel was hired in March of 2017 as a Building Inspector 1. Since that time, he has advanced through our career ladder, serving as a Building Inspector 2, Senior Inspector, and most recently, he is our Acting Operations Manager. One of the highlights of Greg's career that we are here to celebrate tonight is his achievement of achieving standard Level 3 certificates in all construction trades. This includes building, plumbing, mechanical, electrical, and fire. This is the highest certification achievement that a North Carolina code official can attain. Greg is one of 196 active code officials in the state who have achieved this. The dedication required for this accomplishment is significant. It involves taking courses for each trade and level, completing class exams, and passing state exams. This means he has completed 15 separate classes with those corresponding class exams and assignments, and then 15 separate state exams. Greg, thank you for your commitment to the town, to our profession as code officials, and for the exceptional service that you provide to our community every day. I am incredibly proud of you and the achievements you have made over the last 8 years. I'd like to present you with this.
Speech.
I say, would you like to share anything?
I just want to thank the town council for the last 8.5 years. It's actually been pretty amazing to see how well y'all have had our backs as employees with the town, and I do really appreciate that. As far as everything else, I want to thank Shandy. She gave me a shot when several jurisdictions around her wouldn't. So I do thank her for that immensely. It's been great. When I started here, I knew absolutely nothing about this town other than there was an airport up the road. That was it. And I can definitely say that I'm really proud to have gotten this job and be able to work here in this town. So, thank y'all.
Thank you very much. Laura is our paparazzi. Thank you very much. The town is better for all your hard work. Thank you, Greg. We now invite Pete Acosta, Police Chief, forward to recognize Lieutenant David Aldridge's retirement.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yeah, come on up. I know Brandon usually cringes when he sees that I have multiple papers to speak off of. Usually a man of not many words, but today is an important day as we celebrate Lieutenant David Aldridge and his retirement and his achievements through his career. I want to share a little bit about David. He began his career in August of 1994 with the Raleigh Police Department, and nearly a decade later, after some brief service at the RDU Police Department, David brought his passion for service and commitment to excellence to the Morrisville Police Department. This is where he would spend the remainder of his career shaping the future of policing and mentoring those around him. Over the course of nearly 3 decades in law enforcement, David held a wide range of roles, gaining deep experience and insight across the profession. David has served on tactical units, motor unit, undercover assignments, consistently seeking out opportunities to learn more, expand his skills, and contribute to others in their development. He was instrumental in starting our motorcycle unit back in 2006. He served on the tactical team from 2004 to 2018, where he was a team leader. He also served as a driving instructor and later a firearms instructor. And if you see a theme here, David is constantly teaching others and having a deep impact on others throughout his roles, his different roles with the police department. David's always had a heart for helping others succeed, whether it's coaching officers in the field or mentoring new team leaders. His focus was never on his own recognition. But tonight, we get to recognize him. As Lieutenant of Field Operations, he most recently led and mentored 2 patrol squads, pouring into them the years of experience that he has had and the leadership and steady encouragement. In addition to holding an associate's degree in criminal justice, possesses an advanced law enforcement certificate, multiple specialized certifications, including police mountain bike, firearms instructor, and he also represented us often on the honor guard. Outside of wearing his uniform, David is a devoted family man. He and his wife, Krista, they share love for staying active. David oftentimes jokes about trying to keep up with her on their daily runs. However, I think it's not really a joke because she does outrun him most of the time. Their son Logan, who's 18, he continues to be a source of pride and inspiration for David. When he's not biking or on trails or occasionally wrecking his motorcycle, David can be found planning the next adventure in their RV, which he and Krista will be calling home after they sell their house. As he steps into retirement, Lieutenant Aldridge leaves behind a legacy not only of service, but also of selflessness, mentorship, and unwavering belief that true leadership means helping others rise up. His impact will be felt for years to come in the lives that he's touched, the officers that he's mentored, and the example that he has set. David, thank you for the many years of service and sacrifice and dedication that you've had to others. You have certainly deserved this retirement. I can tell you personally, one of the things that I love about David is he's one of the most genuine people that you would ever meet. And you hear oftentimes, people, they will give you the shirt off their back. I think that saying came from David, because he is literally the person that would do anything for anybody to help somebody. So he is certainly going to be missed here. The impact that he's had on this police department and the community is large. We have a little something for David, but before, I want to offer an opportunity to council to share any comments or words of encouragement you may have for David.
Okay. I'll take the mic first, and then we can go down this way and then work our way back. But David, it's been a pleasure to get to know you. Thank you for everything you've done to make the town better. I really enjoyed our conversations over by Dragonfly. Often you're coming out while I'm going in and starting to play, and I've just enjoyed hanging out with you and talking to you about biking and running, and how you mentioned that she's a lot faster than you. And I wish you all the best as you continue your adventures on the road. I think it's going to be wonderful, and you've earned it. And the whole town thanks you. So thank you so much. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Garamella.
Thanks, Mayor. I think, David, I would say, my memory was going back. I remember the first time I saw you was at the Morrisville Elementary School, the grounds where they were having National Night Out. And you were showing the tactical, all these guns and other stuff. And my attention came to yours. I said, man, look at that guy. He has fit, and I think it's perfect, And but knowing over the period of time, and as the chief said, purely gold, genuine, and coming and asking and talking, I think that's a trade where it's a premium, because it invites people to come and talk to you. In your profession, it's the other way. You're always with caution, but yours is completely different. And good conversations, and good luck with the retirement. And I hope to see you in the trails.
Councilmember Rabati, please.
David, I think that the surest way to leave a legacy wherever you go is to be a teacher. And I think that the legacy that you'll leave in Morrisville will last long after nobody at the police department even remembers that you were here. And that's amazing, and that's the way that it should be. And our town and our police force are better for you having come our way. And we thank you very much. And I hope you enjoy retirement. It sounds like it's going to be amazing. I'm so jealous.
Councilmember Fender, please.
I remember, we're still getting used to these new microphones, but I remember the first time we met when I was brand new council member. You were at the Shiloh Baptist Church giving an active shooter training, something that I'm sure you don't really have pleasure in doing, but you gave it in a very authoritative and calm, informed manner. And I've just always been impressed by the way you carry yourself. And I can see, as Pete says, that you're just a very genuine, authentic person. And that means a lot. We will miss you.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, please.
I also am getting used to this microphone. Thank you so much for your service to the town. I don't have a specific memory because I see you everywhere. And it's so important to teach and give back, and the town is very grateful for that. I think we're all students of life, and we learn every day. But to give back through the eyes of a teacher, you see people grow, and you help them, and you reinforce the positive lessons. So I see that you are highly respected with your peers, and we are certainly going to miss you, and I hope the next chapter you'll be able to both be a student and a teacher.
Councilmember Johnson, please.
So I'm a little jealous of those of you that can remember the first time you met Lieutenant Aldridge. Maybe it's been so long ago, you've just always been a part of my life here in the town of Morrisville, and for that I'm incredibly grateful. And incredibly proud of the work that you have done to help grow this department, and you should be very proud of that as well. You have brought this department to where it is today, and I thank you for that. I've seen this department grow for 3 decades now. I'm living in this town almost 30 years, and I thank you, David, for all that you've done. The tremendous legacy that you leave behind. Thank you, Chief, for talking about that, because that is a legacy that will go on for years and years to come. So thank you, David. Thank you, Krista, for sharing him with us. We are incredibly grateful to you and Logan as well. You are allowed to have him back now full-time and enjoy everything you have planned into the future. I envy you all as well on all the adventures you have ahead of you. And one last thing too, you can see how respected and how appreciated you are by the men and women of the Morrisville Police Department that are here in this room today, and the men and women, well, man, there's no women who've retired, but the retirees, your former police peers that have retired before you, came back to wish you well and to celebrate you, David. So thank you again for everything you've done. I am never worried about the town of Morrisville because I know it's in good hands with this police department, and I thank you for that. So enjoy.
Thank you, Council. I want to give David a few minutes to share some words. And if it's okay, I'd like to ask a favor that when he is done, if we could just take a few minutes and take a picture with you all, with our team and with some of our teammates who have retired. I think that would be meaningful. I'd like David to have that as he leaves.
Of course.
Appreciate it. I really didn't prepare a whole lot. I retired, but my last day was last week, and I kind of had some stuff prepared for last week and struggled to get through it. So I said, you know what, I'm just going to kind of wing it today because I didn't know how much of it I would be able to get through. First, though, I want to thank my wife for all that she has done and put up with. This profession does change you a little bit, so I can be probably pretty difficult at times. So I really appreciate her putting up with a lot of that. I will try to get back to normal after all this, but also would like to thank her. She came up with a poem that she read last week that meant a lot, and I really appreciate that a bunch. I'd also like to thank everybody that has tolerated me throughout the years. I really, really appreciate that, and I have had a wonderful time getting to know everyone, working with the different departments. I do try to show up, like down at the fire department. I'm usually down there harassing those guys quite a bit, but I really appreciate the network and the work that we all do together to get a lot of these things done. I think that that's important. I have worked for other agencies, and I think it's really incredible that we all work together, and I hope that's continues, and I've really enjoyed doing that over the years. I won't get too long-winded there. The things in my head that I would love to say, it's kind of like the big collage, and I don't even know where to begin or to even make sense. So I will say this, like Chief said, I started in Raleigh a few years ago, and had kind of planned on getting out of law enforcement. It was kind of got to a point at that time, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. kind of got out of it for a very brief time, and 9/11 happened. And that kind of sparked me to get back into the swing of things. And I told myself if I was going to get back into it, I was going to really put a lot into it, do everything I could to make it a good profession. And I ran into some folks over at RDU that welcomed me over here to Morrisville, and I just really appreciate the opportunity that was given to me, the sort of leeway to be able to do a lot of different things. I think that's been amazing. EJ was one of the welcoming guys that sort of brought me in, and I really appreciate a lot of the latitude that I was able to have. And so I just really appreciate that. I'm gonna miss it. I will have to come back and continue to maybe harass some folks from time to time. So maybe you'll see me out at the PD or the fire department. Thank y'all very much. I've really enjoyed all the years working with everybody.
As long as I can see the lens, I'm good.
Shoulder level. All right, everyone look here. 1, 2, 3. Couple more. Last one. Thank you.
All the best.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, enjoy it.
We now invite Tom Dooley, Fire Chief, forward to present the Fire Department's strategic plan. So police went first. Your turn.
My turn. I heard my name. I figured it was time for me to come up.
Yep.
Good evening. That's me. I'm getting used to the new audio, sorry. It's brand new. All right, good evening, council. I appreciate y'all's time tonight, listening to us about our strategic plan. This is something that was started last year by Chief Lazinski. This slide right here kind of shows you what holds us accountable to our time frame through the accreditation process. We do have a method to our madness and how it gets done. We do annual compliance reports each year annually. We also do a strategic plan every 5 years, although we are assessing the need to do that a little bit quicker. 5 years is a long time. There's a lot of change that can happen in 5 years. There's a lot of change even just in the community in 5 years. So something that we're going to evaluate is to reduce the time between that. Once we get this completed and this presentation over with, we're going to move on right on to the next thing with the community risk assessment standard of coverage. That is our next big lift. And then in 2026, we have our self-assessment manual, which means we're going to be looking for our renewal and accreditation process. Why did we do the strategic planning with the community-driven strategic plan? Quite honestly, I mean, it's so that we're learning in both directions. We're learning what our community wants and expects from us, and they have an opportunity to learn from us what we provide as a service. It is also a mechanism of onboarding our current staff, meeting our stakeholders in the community, meeting council members, our senior leadership, department heads. It gives them an opportunity to start mixing with those people and having those conversations and not having to wait 26 years to meet everybody, right? It brings everybody together and starts that communication process. It also holds us accountable. All these goals and initiatives, and as we present them to the community and we make them public, is a way for us to hold ourselves accountable that we're doing what we say we do, and we're following along with our goals and initiatives as you guys have seen in our strategic plan. Strategic planning process, quite simply, was we looked at the community stakeholders on the outside, and we looked internally for our internal stakeholders, being the members of our department. We wanted to find out the community priorities. They know that we are a fire department, but what's the most important service that we deliver for them? And we asked them to prioritize those, and we asked for the feedback. The feedback helped us to put context a little bit on those priorities, what those priorities mean to them, what fire suppression means to them, what EMS means to them. And then additionally, it helps us to figure out what our blind spots in the department, where we think we're strong, maybe we're not, and it gives that opportunity to kind of learn from the community and other stakeholders, whether it could be also, our CAM partners, if there's a blind spot that we're not delivering a service or meeting an objective for them as well. Internal stakeholders, of course, we get our department together. We want to know internally what our fire department members think of our fire department. That's also important and plays a big part of this, as you will see through the SWOT analysis and the development of our mission, values, and strategic vision, values, and mission. The mission and vision statements, we had very little input as the chief and the deputy chief of the department. This was driven by every member in our department. We didn't have any influence on this, on the writing of either one of these. You can quite simply see this was put down on paper. We did the writing, they did the talking, and they led the way into what developed into a mission statement. The vision being our longer term and our mission statement being what we see to do today. Our core values, integrity, commitment, compassion, pride, and professionalism are all familiar to our strategic plan. One of the new ones that was added by our personnel is inclusiveness. We really think that's kind of a cool word, and for a lot of different reasons. As you can see, there's a lot of words in that slide. Some of them are bigger than others because they're written down by the members more than others. Some of them are smaller because they were less frequently noted. But inclusiveness kind of grabs a lot of the words, more so than the others. It can be fair, it can be respectful, it can be respectful of all types of people. It just kind of grabs a lot of the different words and puts some value and makes them welcome. And so that's kind of a nice add, I think, to our core values. The community priorities by rank. Obviously, fire suppression probably wouldn't surprise anybody, as it is in our title, firefighting, fire department, right? EMS is 50% of our calls, so another one that isn't a surprise, I think, to find its way at the top of the list. And then some of the others that we're excited to kind of tackle is community risk reduction, emergency management, public fire, life and safety education. Those came at 3, 4, and 5, and we feel like we have a lot of opportunity within our department to kind of refresh our outlook on those service deliveries. Internal SWOT analysis, the SWOT meaning strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. We show a list of each one of those there. There were multiple pages. We put fire staff in a room and we literally asked them, we rotated around in 4 different groups around the different stations. We asked them to list every weakness, strength, opportunity, or threat you could possibly think of. And they did. They went to town on these sheets, multiples of them, but it was good. It was getting everything out in the open, and that led to our strategic initiatives. We had to condense the hundreds down to 6, kind of group them together, right? And these are the strategic initiatives we came up with from our department and the surveys and the feedback we got from the community and the stakeholders. We broke those down into succession planning, training, deployment model, community engagement, fleet reliability, and organizational consistency. But we felt that those 6 strategic initiatives grabbed most of what we saw in our feedback. And from there, we developed our goals. That kind of puts a direction on those initiatives. These are further broken down into objectives and then into critical tasks. We also assign them a time frame to get completed and a project lead to see this through to the end. The community connection, and this is where I will just take a moment to embarrass our new hire, but our community connection is going to be strengthened and developed between myself and the department and our new chief of planning, Catherine Boyle, who's in the back tonight. I wanted to introduce her. She's going to bring some serious game to how we develop our community connection. We're super excited about how we are going to get our message from a piece of paper that maybe some people will read, maybe some we won't, and make that sexy on our website, for lack of a better word. Can I say that? Yeah? All right. She's going to help us deliver that. We're already working on it, you know, and what's cool is I mean, I've said this before, but I'm a little bit of a dreamer. I come up with ideas and then I get a little bit scrambled eggs, and I need people to help me kind of put that into action, right? Yes, condense that in and get that into action. And we hope that we're going to take that and make it a little bit more interactive on our website. She's already had some ideas like, you know, instead of a written chief statement, to actually have that as a video, right? So make it a little more interactive, to kind of scroll through some of the goals and actually have that move on the screen and make those things pop a little bit. Accountability, she's going to help us develop a lot of those numbers and deliverables that we know are becoming more important as they come at us from every angle. So we're super excited about that. And then accountable to our department, which was the easy part. This is what we've been doing all along, I think quite successfully, through our accreditation reporting to our department, through quarterly meetings that we have within our department. And of course, we just brought in some new software. We have TV screens in all our department. We're able to project that out from fire admin, a lot of the information boards and timestamps and goals and objectives that we're working on. We're able to put those right into every station. So they're able to see it real time. Did that lead into any questions or comments?
I'd like to recognize Councilmember Lottie holding the wrong.
I don't have a blue thing tonight, so Councilmember Rao for now.
Okay.
This isn't really a question, but I did want to say that I am excited about what sounds like a metrics and accountability driven approach that you're taking. I think that you've always been metrics and accountability driven, but I think that exposing that to the public in a new way is a really good development, because it's important that the public see what your team is doing and how you're, because if you're not out on a call, I think that it's kind of easy to forget that you have a fire department until you need one. But I know that you're working around the clock every day to keep people safe, and also in community outreach in all kinds of different ways. So I think that everything that everything you've identified here, I think really the most important part is that connection to the public and the transparency, and also just the awareness of what the citizens are getting for their taxpayers from our fire department.
We're super excited to get.
Yeah, they're really sensitive. Be careful.
Right? You got to find the right sweet spot, I guess. But yes, we're super excited about tackling these. We are hearing the message loud and clear that we're getting from all angles, that this is what people want. This is what the data and the metrics that you speak of. Chief Boyle is going to help us a lot in that department. We're super excited about what we're going to be able to produce for a product from the fire department. I can't wait. I can't wait. I think you're going to see some really cool things come out of the fire department. Yeah.
We always see cool things. We always see cool things coming out of the fire department.
That's true. Dang on it. I missed an opportunity there, I think.
Councilmember Johnson, please.
So, Chief, I really don't have any questions. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you for bringing it forward to the public as well, and for the opportunity for all of us to participate in this process to get to this point tonight. And to Catherine, thank you, welcome, and you might have your hands full, but I think she's up for the task. So good luck with making that website as fantastic as it can be. So thank you, Chief, very much.
I don't see anyone else at this time, so I'd just like to say thank you.
Before I sit down, I also want to recognize Chief Nathan Lazinski as well. He really started this process, and I think he deserves a lot of credit for the finished product that we landed on. So I would be remiss if I did not mention his contribution to this as well. All right.
Excellent, and adding inclusivity as engagement is going to be so important, and educating the community, that's going to be one of your core missions going forward, and it's going to make your life easier as a fire rescue team.
Me too, Mayor.
I'm sorry?
They're educating me too. You'd be, it's amazing.
Very great. Thank you very
Yep.
much. Great
All right.
job. We're running about a half hour early. We can take a break now, or does the town manager want to go ahead and start on budget?
Fine to start. That is really up to you all. I'm anticipate we'll probably have 45 to 60 minutes depending on conversation after.
Guys want to take a quick break now then? Okay, why don't we go ahead and take a 10-minute break? Please reconvene at 7:06. Thank you all.
I know. He said this. Yeah, yeah.
I'm like, I didn't realize he was in Japan.
That's his excuse for not showing up.
That's a pretty good excuse. Oh, yeah, there's.
thank you very much. We're coming back to order. At this time, I'd like to recognize Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, we have a budget presentation that is next on the agenda from our town manager, Brandon Zudema. And then the next item that we have is a proposed amendment to the zoning map for Hamlet at Church Street. And that item, 11A, is going to probably be a shorter discussion than the budget presentation. And I know the applicant is here. Is it the will of the council that we move 11A up to right now so that we can work through that item, and then we can spend more time on the budget discussion and presentation?
I think that's a great idea.
Thank you.
I think we have head nods on that. Do we need some kind of formal motion, or can we just switch those?
You need a motion to amend the agenda, but it's, and a vote, but that's fine.
I would like to make a motion to cover item 11A at this time, and then return to item 10D.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Scroggins Johnson and a second from Councilmember Rabati. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing no opposition, that carries unanimously 6-0. At this time, I'd like to recognize Elliot Ward, Planning Manager, forward to update Town Council on the proposed amendment to the zoning map for Hamlet at Church Street. The public hearing was held at the April 8th and April 22nd Town Council meetings. Council is scheduled to take action on this item this evening, but I think we have some other information to receive.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members. Let me open up the presentation. Yeah, I don't really have any updates from staff other than there was an additional written public comment that came in after the deadline at the previous meeting, so that was added to attachment 6 in the packet. The applicant is here and they would like to speak before there's any discussion, though. Don't mind.
Thank you very much. If the applicant can name and roll for the record.
Spencer Marriott, partner of Middleburg Communities for Raleigh, Durham area. Appreciate you guys actually moving this up. So it's very nice of you. We're requesting a continuation to the, I think it's the July 8th meeting. I might have the date a little bit wrong, but we're going to conduct an additional traffic study supplemental to our previous study. We're going to be looking at the impacts of future road improvements at McCrimmon and at Airport and how those affect the Church Street Road traffic, which I know is a concern. As we're not, even if we were to be approved, our construction timeline is such that we would be a couple years out, and trying to line up the timing of these things so that our impact would be less. So we'd like to conduct that study and share it with you all, and hopefully that's of interest.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, if it's the will of the council, we have motion language here at our seats. If someone wants to make that motion to defer this action.
I'll make that motion.
Would you please go ahead and read it?
I would like to make a motion to defer action on 2025-46-0 REZ Hamlet at Church Street until the July 8th, 2025 Town Council meeting.
Second.
A motion from Councilmember Rabati, a second from Councilmember Scroggins Johnson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously 6-0. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. See you back on July 8th. We'll see you back on July 8th. Anything else, Mr. Ward?
No, thank you, and I appreciate you guys moving up the agenda. Thank you.
Excellent. Now we're going to head back to the item that we just moved from, which was 10C. We now invite Brandon Zudema, Town Manager, forward to present the FY 2026 recommended budget. I would like to remind the public hearing for this item is scheduled for May 15th, so this upcoming Thursday. Town Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, and to those present in the room and to those watching online. My pleasure to be here tonight to propose to you our recommended FY 2026 annual operating budget. That would be the budget that would run from July 1st of this year through June 30th of 2026. Before I get into the details here, I would like to take a moment to thank some folks that are involved with this. First of all, thank you. We've been talking about this since January at least. So we've had a number of conversations. I think they've all been very productive conversations, as we have typically done. So thank you for that, and thank you for your feedback and your insights to get us to where we are. Certainly want to thank our budget team, particularly Jeannie, Byron, Micah, and Dawn, who have all been knee-deep in this with us and have put some considerable efforts into this. And then, of course, the remainder of the senior leadership team and our department heads, many of whom are here tonight, who have done a really good job focusing on what the needs are and listening to what you are saying, listening what our community is saying, listening a little bit to what I'm saying, and getting us to the point of bringing you what I think is a solid but conservative budget given where we are sort of in the world today. So thank you for that. Find my mouse. Okay. So, Mayor, as you mentioned, this is just a quick look at the calendar. We are obviously on May 13th. We had the open house earlier, an opportunity for members of the public to come in and share their thoughts and insights with us. And then on tonight, we are recommending the budget. On Thursday, we will have a public hearing on this budget, followed by a work session where we will hopefully do some final discussions to prepare for what is a proposed adoption on May 27th. We'll also get into a little bit as we go through what has come before that that's gotten us up to this point. Again, this is quickly the process. This is the formal presentation of your recommended budget and CIP. Again, we'll have the public hearing and we continue to have outreach for others to provide feedback. The work session will allow for you to have that question and answer and additional discussion on what you've seen. And then you also have the full budget report presentation that's attached to our peak item and on the website for your review. There's also an FAQ document, and we've been building that since we really started conversations. So that's informative, I think, to not only you, but also the community as it answers questions you've posed, but they may have the same questions. So that's available as well. And then we'll be seeking that final guidance as we prepare for adoption. Before we get to FY26, I think it's important to stop and take a look at FY25. That was a very involved budget process. We had the revaluation going on. There was a lot of discussion, a lot of hard work, I think, that went into that. As you know, there was significant property value increases across the county, including here in the town. So some wise decisions were made to make some investment in our community, both now and in the future. We're going to talk a little bit about that. Again, you further funded 3 reserve funds with the money that came out of that above revenue neutral rate. But we still were able to invest $14.5 million last year in this community. And again, we're already seeing the community benefit, and we're going to highlight a little bit of that for you before we start talking about 26. On FY25 successes through the CIP, as you can see there, the Church Street Park Southern Lot is now open. We have lighting there, we have basketball courts, we have other amenities that are being enjoyed. We have a plan for finishing up the Gables Street restoration. So Mark and the engineering department is working hard on that. We're currently in design on that and anticipate coming back to you for funding later this year. Continuous work on intersections and sidewalks. The Morrisville Dog Park is anticipated to open later this year. We are working on a new location for the Public Works facility. Again, through the innovation of our staff, we've identified what could be as much as $7+ million in capital reserve money that we won't have to spend for that facility. So again, kudos to our staff for being innovative. One of our values, I wanted to point to the back wall. They've come down for the sound buffers, but we're going to get them right here behind us again. But innovation is one of the things that we try to pride ourselves on. So again, thank you there to Mark and to Jeffrey and our team for doing that. And then we continue work on Sawmill Creek stream restoration. And of course, we're moving forward with Town Center Phase 1. And we'll actually have an update for you at the May 27th meeting on that as well. Economic development, we now have an economic development department. Tiffany and now her partner in small business have been able to, Amelia has been able to get out, and we are increasing our visibility and also really our economic competitiveness through proactive engagement. We've always been very good at being reactive, but now we're being very, very proactive. And so we're going to start to see the outcomes from that beginning soon, I'm confident. Again, also Tiffany played a key role partnering with Michelle to get the UDO revised to try to incentivize some opportunities that may come to our GO district. And then also secured a $15,000 grant to begin to work on small business programs. And then again, we're back sort of full steam ahead working with our partners at the Chamber of Commerce. And I'll get back to some metrics with economic development when we talk about the positions in just a second. Grant funding, our partnership with the Central Pines COG really continues to pay off. In FY24, we applied for 7 grants and received $276,000 in funding. And this year we've applied for 14. We've already received $700,000, and we have another $2.4 million pending in grants. So that's exciting. And as you can see there, across any number of departments, this isn't just our engineering group, this isn't just our parks group, it's across the board. And really the importance there to highlight is that those grant funds extend the impact of those tax dollars that we're already investing. So it makes your investments even wiser because we're supplementing that with money from outside. Really want to talk to you about the new personnel. So we were fortunate to add 11 positions last year, and I think it's important that we share not only with you, but with the community what the impact of those positions is, because it's easy to talk about a new park or a new road or a new improvement. Everybody sees that, but not everybody sees the immediate impact of the people that are sometimes doing that work. So I'm going to go quickly through the 11 positions. I will tell you the first 2, we don't really have meaningful metrics because our capital projects budget analyst has been here for about 2 months, and you met Battalion Chief Boyle earlier, and she's been here for 1 month. So we need to give her a little chance to get going and get some metrics developed. Economic development, again, getting back to those positions, this is to show you already from calendar year 24 to calendar year 25. So requests for information, we had 98 last year. We anticipate as many as 144 this year. 28 responses to RFIs, requests for information. We anticipate almost doubling that. A tripling existing industry visits. Small business visits, and this is just with ED. This is not what goes on in the communications department separately, aligned but separately. So going up to 45 small business visits just out of there, and then also prospect visits. We expect to do 15 of those this calendar year as we again take a proactive approach to economic development. Firefighters, we've added 3 additional positions. The simplest metric is, and I do realize that we don't have 0.19 or 0.62 firefighters, but what that does show you is that we are more consistently putting 4 firefighters on the apparatus that's rolling out of each of our 3 stations. And that does a number of things. Obviously, it puts more staff on the scene quicker for an emergency, whether that's a fire or an EMS call. And it also supports our ISO Class 1 rating by putting firefighters on the scene sooner of critical incidents. So there's a lot of good work doing there. And then the police EdPAC team, I think those statistics speak for themselves. You know, this doesn't speak to the education they're doing and the engagement they're doing, but it does show you significant increases in drug arrests and significant decreases in B&E from a motor vehicle as well as motor vehicle theft. So we're very pleased with the work that they're doing and that they will continue to do in this next year. Public Works, we added 2 grounds maintenance positions, and they are already, I would say, paying off. We have saved about $35,000 with some contracting we no longer need to do. $5,000 of Sunday overtime has been eliminated because we now have a staff member working on Sundays. Our maintenance hours at our parks have increased 50% from 70 to 106. And I think if you visit our parks, you can probably already start to see that. So being able to commit more time there is going to have an impact. Our native plant installation supporting our sustainability efforts, 94 in calendar year 24, 200 year to date, and we're in May. So again, we've also increased inspections on our parks and greenways from quarterly to monthly. So you see some other examples there, but those positions are clearly already having an impact that's discernible to our community. I want to talk briefly about sustainability as well. We continue to focus on that. I think we've made some amazing achievements and growth over the past 4 to 4.5 years of that program. This past year, the most significant effort was solar installation on this building. We are now estimating annual savings of 67,000 kilowatts, which is approximately 20% of the demand that this building generates. So amazing results from the solar going on this building. And then there's a number of smaller scale initiatives there that you see. Sustainable purchasing by our departments, EV equipment in public works, water bottle fillers at town events. And if you've been to MAFC lately, you will also notice there's a lot of new signage and stickers and reminders at MAFC about how to do things more sustainably. You know, maybe it's a shorter shower, maybe it's spend a little less time and focus on different things. So they're also participating in that program as well. And if you look at over the life of the project, for every dollar that the town is currently investing in sustainability, we're realizing a return of $1.14. I think that's a really strong and meaningful impact in the town. Transportation is always of interest. So we have successfully completed, I say we, like I was out there hanging up a sign, Mark and his team have completed the traffic light on Morrisville Carpenter Road at Old Savannah and also the Hawk signal, significantly enhancing pedestrian safety at both locations and also enhancing vehicular safety as well. The Morrisville Parkway Access Management Study was completed. And again, the important piece of that is that it's allowing us to prepare to apply for more grant funding that will help to fund the improvements on Morrisville Parkway, where we know we need to address concerns there. And then the Morrisville Smart Shuttle, we've already added a second Saturday shuttle, and we have reduced the seat unavailable message from 24% to 7%. The original goal was to get to 8%. And so we're below the goal, and we're at 7% seat unavailable message, and they've increased rides by 12% on Saturdays. And we expect very similar increases and reductions when we add the second Sunday shuttle later this year. That's our FY25 highlights. That is certainly not all of them, but I think that speaks to a lot of what was funded in the budget and what you prioritize and what our community prioritized. So from there, we of course want to move into what's important for tonight, which is our overview of the 26 recommended budget. So this budget is, as you can see from the theme, we are focused on our community's perspective. And I think I've told you before, I'll say again, as we talked at retreat, I really took that to heart. And our staff has really taken that to heart. And not that we ever didn't do that, but I think bringing it to the forefront is really important. It's important for you to know that's what we're focused on. It's important for the community to know that we're focused on their perspective, and certainly for our staff. We want to always be reminding them that, yes, we're working together, we're doing things, but we're doing it for the good of the community. So that's the theme of this year's budget. And so really we are working to achieve both council and community priorities. I'm going to show you a slide in a second of how we got there, particularly on the community priorities. Pleased to share with you that I am not recommending a tax rate increase this year. I'm recommending that stays at 35 cents per $100 of valuation. And we're also being very conservative. So Byron and his team have taken very intentional steps to make sure that we are underestimating, in some cases, probably what our revenues might be, not knowing what the economy could do. We're going to show you some examples of that, but we understand there are significant concerns with the economy, and so we have been significantly conservative in our approach to this budget. A part of that is that not only are we not spending as much as we probably could have, but we're also delaying appropriations. We'll talk a little bit about that, some money that will be appropriated but not spent until later in the year. And then we've also got $3 million in unfunded requests this year. And I say that to share really that those are not, oh, it'd be nice if we had that. That's things that would really help us do what we're already doing more efficiently or effectively and would help us implement new programs. But we're being very careful to balance that against where we are in terms of revenues and where we are in terms of the community and the council's expectations. And then, but with that, which sounds maybe not great, at the same time, we're doing, I think, really well in making sound investments in equipment, personnel, programming, and services that will bring additional benefits and support to our community, tangible things that they'll be able to see as we go through the year. This next slide you've seen before. I just put that up there again so that if folks in the room or at home haven't seen that, again, the inner colored portion is the 6 goals in our strategic plan. And then the outer is the 10 priorities that you all have developed through an exercise at the retreat following all of your discussion. So not going to read those all to you, but not surprised to see that the strategic plan goals very closely aligned with what the priorities are that came out of your discussions. So again, in addition to spending a lot of time with you, our team has spent a lot of time with the community. So if you haven't grabbed onto one of the basketballs, I've got one here, and so I'm going to squeeze that as we go. But I would tell you that really appreciative to not only Byron and his team, but also to Laura and her team in communications, because they came up with this idea of nothing but net. So they did a takeoff on the March Madness basketball, and they developed a bracket so we could outreach to people and get them engaged. People were shooting these balls at events and getting information and then providing their feedback. And that on the top of the screen, you can see all the different places that our team was and all the additional groups that we've reached out to. And then on the bottom, you see on the left is the preliminary budget portal. So that was basically an initial outreach to the community before we really started talking about what might be in this budget of what are your priorities among the 6 strategic plan goals. And so we're pleased to share that we had 86 participants. We obviously would love to see many, many more, but that is also in some cases 10 times the number we've had in other years. So we're going to call that progress. And of those 86, they prioritize thriving, livable neighborhoods and public safety readiness. And from there, we moved into the community, and really they were responding to your 10 budget priorities that you had identified working with us through practice. And you will see there that we did some special event outreach, we did an online bracket campaign, and we also reached out to all of our advisory committees. We actually have, I think we're closer to 48 responses. We just did a couple more within the last week. And it shouldn't surprise you if you look across the bottom there, there are 2 themes there: safe community and quality of life. And those are not very different from public safety readiness and thriving, livable neighborhoods. So we have heard that, and we have built that into the budget that we're going to share with you tonight. You have seen this screen before. This is some of the challenges and opportunities we've talked with you about before. Again, for folks in the room and at home that may not have seen or heard this, our challenges are continuing growth and the needs that come with continuing growth. Great problem to have, but we need to make sure that we continue to manage that growth and keep up with inflation and new personnel and expanding facilities, and that we do that wisely with the revenues that are being collected from our residents. Again, already mentioned, but we'll highlight again the economic instability. So we have a very proactive budget strategy this year to be prepared for that. And Byron and his team are already monitoring indicators and will continue to monitor those indicators for sensitive revenue sources, particularly sales tax. We're also balancing commitments with new opportunities. Again, whenever we can, we're aligning new requests with offsetting revenues so that we are able to do more without having to ask more from the tax rate. And then again, over 7% of our operating revenues annually are directed to future reserves. So kudos again to you for making sure that we're taking care of today, but also looking to tomorrow. The opportunities we have are sponsorship investments. I'll have a little bit to say about that later tonight, but we believe that we can get some investments there to support capital and in some cases operating potential or operations potential. And we do have a policy and a consultant that we are prepared to sign an agreement with shortly. We're building the talent pipeline. We are working on a leadership academy for our staff internally. We are encouraging our staff to participate in professional fellowship programs. And then, of course, we're trying to stay market competitive. And when I say we, that is you. And I think you heard that from even from Greg earlier today when he spoke, that, you know, I need to commend you because you are always looking out for staff first. And we hear that consistently. It's important that our staff hears that and that our community hears that you're committed to them and making sure that we are identifying, hiring, and retaining quality employees because it results in better service to our community. And then the other thing I would share with you that's an opportunity, and I would even lean into a strength, is our fiscal readiness. As much as we are facing, you know, some economic uncertainty, you maintain a very solid fund balance. You're at approximately 36-37% fund balance. We have very controlled spending limits in place. We really manage cash reserves. And we, again, are fortunate where we're located because we're in a stronger region economically than other parts of this state and certainly other parts of the country. So that works to our advantage. This is a general fact sheet. I'm not going to read all of this to you, but some highlights on there, the new investment comparison. So even being conservative this year, we're still going to invest $11.5 million in the recommended budget. Average use of fund balance, again, we are consistently below 4%. This year, I've dropped it down to 2.2%. Again, trying to be conservative and recognize that we don't want to overextend. You can look at the penny. So this year we're growing from $950,000 to $970,000. So really just a slight increase. And then FY28 will again be the next reval year. And so we do anticipate that there will be some increase in the penny value in that year as well. And then I think importantly, we've mentioned it, but down in the corner highlights no tax rate increase going into FY26. So this is really the highlights of how we're going to invest in FY26 per the recommended budget. So our base budget expenditures are about $51 million. We have another $3.7 million that's going to committed transfers and capital reserves. And that is your transportation, your parks, your land acquisition, and then also your public safety equipment reserve, which allows us to keep moving forward with pay-as-you-go for larger equipment. There's also existing services and contracts in there that are increasing, and that is really just sort of our cost of doing business. We have a number of contracts. Many of them are through Public Works, and they just get more expensive over time. We're recommending about $1.9 million for staff, existing staff, and that's pay and class adjustments. That's a COLA adjustment of 2%, and that's performance merit pay we expect at approximately 4.5%. And then we're recommending 6 new positions in this budget. 4 of those are full-time positions across 4 departments, and then 2 part-time positions in the police department that we'll talk a little bit more about. And that's about $320,000 because we're not asking for full funding for all of those because of some existing circumstances that we'll cover. And then we're making almost $5 million in new community investment. So that brings us to a general fund recommended budget of $62,639,300. So on the right-hand side, the revenue breakdown, again, our base revenues are at $58.2 million. We will be bringing in some of the capital reserves. That's primarily around fire equipment. We're ordering 2 engines this year, about $2.4 million. New program revenues, those are primarily coming out of Parks and Rec and also the Fire Marshal's office with some adjustments in fees that we can certainly talk about. And then again, programmed use of fund balance is 1.39. That's about 2.2% of the budget. Last year we were about 2.7% of the budget, so it brought that down. And again, as a reminder, we have not, over the years at least that I can recall that I've been here, we have not actually used fund balance. It's more of a leveraging tool based on how we work our way through the budget during the year. And then on the bottom, you can see that the plan invests $11.5 million, and of that, $800,000 is actually programmed to be held, and I'll get back to that in just a moment. So your revenues for FY26, this won't surprise you that your biggest revenue source is ad valorem taxes. We are fortunate that that is fairly consistent. Wake County collects at approximately 99.9%, so we're very fortunate to have that partnership. And you see the ad valorem really only goes up 2% for the recommended FY26 budget versus the actual where we are with the FY25 budget. Sales tax, we're actually expecting to go down 1%. That's the conservative approach we're making, seeing that going down. Other intergovernmental, that is primarily utilities. And we're expecting that that could go down as much as 2%. Then we have some restricted revenues. We also have permits and fees that come in. That is generally through development services. We projected that could drop a little bit. And then sales and services, that is primarily coming out of Parks and Rec. And we do anticipate some enhanced revenue there through some changes in fees and some expanded programming. Miscellaneous 500 investment earnings down a little bit to about 850. We'll be transferring in again some reserves to be used, and then that fund balance is there again, and that's 32% less fund balance than last year. So overall, this recommended budget is 1.4% above the 25 actual budget. So very minimal increases across the board. On the expenditure side, we have general government, and again, general government is HR, IT, financial services, comms, basically anybody that doesn't fit one of these other categories. So that grows 21%, but that's in part because of some recommended positions that happen to fall into that category, and that also includes adding in the economic development department that had existed there before. Development services is about $6 million, slight increase there. Public Works and Facility Management down just slightly at about $10 million due to some costs, some one-time costs this year that won't be repeated next year. Public Safety is at approximately 19.9, almost $20 million. There is some growth there. Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources, a little over $5 million, slight growth there. And then our transfers out are just under $10 million, slightly down from last year. So again, our total general fund expenditures at $62.6 million. So we also wanted to show you and the community where we're investing dollars in terms of the 10 council priorities that were identified. And if you recall from all the feedback we received from the community, they highlighted two categories: safe community and quality of life. So it's no surprise that we are most heavily investing in safe community and quality of life. And then you can see the investment in the other 10, or excuse me, the other 8 of your 10 priorities on that screen as well. So getting into what's in those 10 categories, I'm just giving you some highlights here. Business collaboration, that's about $45,000, primarily with the Economic Development Department. So they're going to take on some additional marketing and promotional efforts to continue to expand their efforts to be proactive in recruitment and retention. When you shift to Community Viewpoint, about $250,000 in investment. That is some amenity availability, so smart center expansion and replacement. The items that you see with a star next to them are items that I'll speak about in a minute. They're really $800,000 that'll be the held appropriations until April. $50,000 to support our community dashboard advancement. This is an election year, so we have $47,000 in election costs. Adding Southern Lot public Wi-Fi access. And again, the REP tool that some of you have started to see, we've gotten incredible return and interest on that. And then $15,000 for part-time resources in Parks and Rec that's going to be offset by revenues generated out of some special event categories. Economic resiliency, this is where your penny is for CIP land acquisition reserves. You also see the O&I small area plan intended to protect our tax base. There's $100,000 there that's kicking off the town center debt as that starts to come under because of the bonds we took last year or sold last year. And then there is the money in there. You remember when we talked about sponsorship that there's going to be some offset that we have to spend some money, and then when we reach $71,000, we'll be repaid by the first sponsorship, and then after that, it's revenue generating. Inclusivity, $92,000. That is our communication specialist. That's intended to further our language access program, do a variety of things for both staff and the community in terms of translation, interpretation, and working on some other programs there, and engagement as well with our community, and $42,000 to continue the public art icon pilot that you've had conversations with Brittany about. Operational excellence, a little over $650,000. First category, insurance and contractual services. We just continue to see increases there. I am pleased to share with you that our health insurance rate is only increasing 2.5% this year. We have seen incredible good fortune with this NSHIP partnership that we're a part of. So over the last couple of years, we've had good return or renewal rates. We've added a little bit to that to ensure that our reserve with NSHIP was where it needed to be. And now because of some really wise management of that, we are at that reserve, so we no longer have to fund that any further. So this year we're just doing a 2.5% increase for health insurance rates. And again, going back to when we started with NSHIP, Martha and Jeannie made a very wise decision to establish an internal town healthcare reserve fund. And so we're going to use a little bit of that money to make sure that none of our employees have any healthcare increases in FY26, with minor exceptions for folks on a buyout plan. But anyone else that's on a normal plan, we will cover the difference for them again for this year. $160,000 for an HR analyst position that's really aimed at expanding our ability and improving our ability to recruit and retain. Also, some succession development there to make sure that we are, again, getting the talent, the knowledge base, and also building morale with our staff. $143,000 technology advancements. That goes into the generative AI that Rick and his team are working on. Some money to enhance some EnerGov reports that we use normally, and then also a variety of hardware replacements that just need to be made because they're on a schedule. Below that, we have some money to go to Public Works to give them some additional tools to do their work better. And there's about $28,000. That is $10,000 to add the accounting generalist position that we previously talked about in the spring, and then about $18,000 to convert Rick's three-quarter time position to full-time because we continue to see help desk tickets as we continue to expand the size of our operations. And then lastly, $10,000 for facility care and maintenance of our own facilities. Quality of life, again, a $1.9 million investment. $970,000 of that is our park reserve, so there's a penny going to the park reserve. There's also about $500,000 for that 2% COLA or market adjustment for our staff. $200,000 to fund the parks master plan update that is quite honestly overdue. And again, we are actually going to fund that out of some parks bond premiums. So we had a brief conversation about the reserves. We moved away from that. But with this bond premium, we have the ability to use some of that money, so that will not taking anything from our other revenues. We are, as you know, expanding the senior center. So we're adding about $100,000 to that lease. So that'll bring it a little over $200,000 as we increase their space from about 33,000 square feet, 3,050, to almost 5,500 or 5,600 square feet at their current location. And then we also have a plan outside of this to make sure that we have some money set aside to do the renovations there to make that the facility that they want, need, and deserve. About $72,000 in parks for athletics improvements. Some of that includes some part-time and overtime that's going to be offset by revenues. Do more programming, need more staff, but bring in more revenue. And then a little bit of money there for an MAFC exterior pool shade structure. They're doing a lot more pool birthday parties, and as they spill out onto that, they're out in the blazing sun. So they think they can do even more rentals if they have a better place that's not 1 million degrees during the summer. Recognizing success. We've had a lot of conversation about that, of making sure that we are telling our story to the community. So we want to make sure that we are recognizing the success of what our staff does for the community, with the community. So this is about $1.3 million that is going to existing staff, and that includes about a 4.5% average merit, pay classification study adjustments, and also other benefits. $100,000 for investing in the existing talent pipeline. That includes longevity pay that was instituted last year, and also some certification pay in Public Works. That's consistent with some of our other departments. We have folks that go above and beyond and bring additional skills that we don't require but that we benefit from. So we want to recognize those and support our employees by recognizing that financially. And then we also have funding to continue the part-time assistant to the town manager position that we started earlier this year. Safe Community takes 2 slides, $4.5 million of investment. So about 2.5 of that is major equipment replacement. Chief Dooley has been before you and explained that we'll be ordering 2 new fire engines, one to replace one of the ladders and another to be available. We're also looking at expanding the police department's drone program and also adding a new water rescue boat to allow our team to perform efficiently as part of a regional water rescue team. $850,000, that is the money that goes into the future public safety equipment reserve. Again, we turn around and use that money. So unlike your other reserves where it's there for when we're ready to use it, this is programmed. So that $850 goes in, and we have a plan for the next 10 plus years. When is the next apparatus due in the fire department? When do we need radios again? When do we do these larger purchases that we save a lot of money where we don't have to pay interest by paying cash. Below that, $613,000. The majority of that is vehicles, about $500,000 of that. And that includes us catching up. You remember we implemented the impact team last year, but we didn't pay for the vehicles because we knew they'd take some time to get up. So we're going to give them 2 vehicles they need to operate. And then the other emergency vehicle replacements, primarily in the police department. We're helping the police department to set up a digital forensics unit or really equipment that will be used by existing staff. And then also replacing some defibrillator units and then some other police equipment. And then we have about $188,000 in increases for what we pay to Cary for their 911 dispatching services. Second part of Safe Community, $165,000 for network and physical security enhancements. I'm politely not going to explain what those are in an open meeting. $115,000, that's pedestrian ADA accessibility. That is pedestrian bridge inspections and repairs, and also an ADA transition study to ensure that we are complying with the federal mandate related to ADA accessibility. $108,000 for an assistant fire marshal position intended to help us with improving community education. You heard the chief earlier talk about community risk reduction and community engagement. This position will focus on that and will also support fire prevention services and inspections. And again, we're not asking for the full salary there because we have about $54,000 that we're currently using for part-time employees that will transfer over. And then the fire marshal has identified about $25,000 in anticipated revenue enhancements through adjustments to our fees that bring us closer to what our neighbors in the region are doing. And then at the bottom is $36,000. That's the 2 part-time positions in the police department. Chief Acosta, continuing to try to be innovative, has identified that if we could hire 2 part-time civilians, they can now do traffic crash investigation, not injury accidents or serious accidents, but they can do the fender benders and the bumps. They can also direct traffic. They can relieve school guard. They can also be at community events, and they are significantly cheaper than adding police officers. So kudos to Chief Acosta for taking that approach with those 2 part-time positions. Sustainability environment, there is $344,000 available to sustainability in FY26. The majority of that is carryover money that has been funded this year, primarily around solar projects and other things in that venue. So that money is carrying over in part because we had some issues with the federal government and their Buy America, Build America plan, which initially would not let us order the solar panels that were identified and needed. That has been worked out, so that money is carrying over. So we will be working on implementing solar at MAFC and also on the connector building. And then sustainability also has, beyond that $333,000, another $200,000 in base budget allocation. And then the bottom there is a piece of equipment that will help us to better maintain our greenways in terms of maintaining our environment. Transportation, $1.1 million in investment. Most of that is money that's going into future investments for transportation. And then about $172,000 for our Smart Shuttle program, keeping in mind that about half of that is offset with revenues that we get through a partnership with Wake County. And then again, that's $1.1 million in the operating budget. Also don't want to confuse, there's additional money in the CIP that's going into intersection improvements, sidewalk improvements, and other projects as well. So that is the highlights of what is in the FY26 recommended budget. As I said, we tried to highlight those by the priority they align most closely to. And again, not surprisingly, the 2 that are most important to you and to the community are the ones that we funded the most, because that makes sense for what the needs are and the expectations are. On this slide, I'd mentioned to you that we are intending to delay some spending so that in the worst case scenario, if there are additional implications to sales tax or other revenues that are beyond what we've anticipated, that we would have this money to hold back and not necessarily spend if in April, once we have, again, the second sales tax report. Those reports come in 3 months delayed. So in April, we'll know what happened through January. So April sounds kind of late, but we really won't know our 6-month mark until we get to April. So by then, what our recommendation is that Byron and his team will evaluate where we are in terms of revenues, particularly sales tax. He'll share that with senior leadership. And then if we're comfortable, we'll come back to you and share it with you. And if you're comfortable, then this money would be spent. And if for any reason you're not, then we'll talk through it and it doesn't have to be spent, but it will be in the appropriated budget. So in that money, and these are listed in priority of going back into the budget, is $300,000, $100 from each of the 3 reserve funds that you maintain. Excuse me. Pedestrian ADA accessibility and security cameras. Again, that's the study for ADA accessibility and also security cameras, police digital forensics equipment and other equipment, MASC pool shade and the athletic scoreboards and pitching mounds, amenity availability, smart sensors, that's for the new basketball courts. Again, that's where you can be on the court, or you can be at home and check and see if the court's available. And then if you're at the court and need 2 more players, you can send a message out to people that are signed up and tell them, hey, we're playing, but we need a couple more. So technology is really cool. Beyond that, greenway care and maintenance equipment. There's an $11,000 piece of equipment that would be held, and then some other upgraded grounds and facility tools for public works totaling $65,000, and then the small area plan at about $150,000. So again, our proposal would be that $800 would be appropriated as part of the budget, but would not be spent until we return to you in April with sales tax revenues and staff confidence that we could move forward, and then you would express whether or not you were willing to do that with us. Also feel it's appropriate that because we are being conservative, there is that chance that we could be overly conservative. And so this just gives you some idea of what were some of the first things out of the budget that might come back in if there were additional funds available and you were so inclined, depending on what the circumstances are. Again, and these are also in priority. The data analyst position, again, that is an IT position to add a second person that would GIS and other analysis of data. It would really help us as we try to move forward with being more centered on data and metrics. So that position would come in, and it's only $27,000 for the year, but also I want to be transparent. It would be $108,000 in the following year because we'd only pay for about a quarter of the year. Facility maintenance, HVAC replacement, and some town hall painting and MAFC repairs. That could come back in, or it would wait until FY27. Parks and grounds enhancements, again, would wait till 27. Some software for the budget team, $75,000. The comprehensive public art plan development, $150,000. And then the mobile app outreach and awareness enhancements, about $77,000. And we do have Rick and his team scheduled to come back to you, I think, later this summer to talk a little bit more about mobile app and make sure we keep each other all on the same page with that. So that is the general fund. I'm going to spend just a couple of minutes on some highlights, and then we can certainly get to any questions or anything else you want to share with us before we move to a work session and public hearing on Thursday. So the other funds we maintain, the debt service reserve fund, we have to pay for all that money we borrow to do all the things we do. So that's about $6.2 million going down just slightly, and that's because we are fortunately paying off some of our debt as we go. And then again, that'll probably go back up next year as we borrow for some of the things we need to do in town, particularly the Public Works facility. Healthcare premium fund, 2.75, it's up just slightly because of that increase in costs. OPEB, or other post-employment benefits, is going down just slightly. Again, that's really just depends on who's retired that we're paying for. And then the LAO separation allowance is going up a little bit. And he's not here. I'm blaming that on Chief Acosta retiring, but you never know. And then shifting to sustainability. So we've had quite a number of conversations around, can we keep this going, and can we intelligently predict what's coming and predict what our revenues are? How do they line up what our needs are? So Byron helped with putting this together that really shows budget sustainability over time. So it shows you what our revenues have been. So again, 2024 was $49 million, coming up slightly from 2023. 2025 was that significant jump because of revaluation. From there, we really think that it's going to grow $3 to $4 million a year. That's back consistent with what we've been doing up until 2028, which is a reval year. So we do anticipate it will grow a bit more in that reval year. And again, for a reminder to you and perhaps for our audience, Wake County has adjusted the manner in which they're doing revaluations going forward. Previously, that was, long ago, it was an 8-year cycle, and we're well past that. So most recently, it's been a 4-year cycle, and after this most recent 4-year cycle, the Commissioner of the Revenue for Wake County has identified that that's really still problematic in terms of the potential increases. So he has elected to go ultimately to a 2-year cycle. So we would have been ready to do this in January of 27 instead, or excuse me, January of 28. Instead, it'll be January of 27. And then after that, it'll be January of 29, and it'll be every spring of the odd years going forward. So every other year, there will be revaluation. Pros and cons with that, but that's primarily intended to stop these really large increases that all of us have had to deal with over the past couple of revaluation cycles. So again, you can see that play out, that then by 2030, there's another opportunity where that valuation may increase and we would see our revenues increase as well. Again, we don't just look at next year. We're always looking at least 3 years in advance to see where we're at and to try to paint that picture for you. So in FY26, again, we had $14.5 million in requests, and we funded 11.5 of those. So that leaves us, unfortunately, with a $3 million carryover that will go into FY27. So in 27, we had estimated that would be a $13.7 million needed to move forward with personnel, operating, capital, and transfers. And again, that transfer number increases primarily because of the debt we're paying on Public Works once we get that facility going. And so when you take the 13.7 and then we've deferred $3 million, so FY27 would look like $16.7 million in asks. And then FY28 right now looks like it would be approximately $15 million in asks. You see that personnel number is a little bit higher. That's in part for the opening of Town Center and some other facilities where we'll need additional staffing. We know that. We've talked about that. We're planning for that as we go. So that's just to give you an idea of where we sit and what we can look forward with as of today. Also, Councilmember Johnson, you particularly, I think, had asked us about staffing and how much are we spending on staffing and what does that look like over time. So on the left-hand side, you will see what percentage of personnel costs are towards total revenue. And if you see the dotted blue line, it's really increased slightly over the past probably almost 10 years, from 48.5 to maybe 50. So not a significant difference over the course of almost the last decade. We really tend to hover right around 50% of our budget going to personnel. And then on the right-hand side, you can see the percentage of new personnel versus how much new revenue we have, because I think that's another way to look at that. So when you look across there, again, that's actually been going down. We've been spending a little less money on new personnel versus what the new revenue is. You see that spike there in 2020 of 97%. That's because we had limited new revenue that year, and we spent a lot of that on positions. We did other things, but it was more from fund balance and other one-time resources that we use. So that's why that number looks abnormally high. But generally speaking, we were at 60% about a decade ago, and we have fairly consistently moved down towards being below 50% of the new money that we spend on personnel. And obviously that varies by year and by what the needs are and what's going on in our community. So beyond those funds, again, show you stormwater real quick, very straightforward, about a 2% increase in their revenues are anticipated, and that's just from natural growth. And then their expenditures are also anticipated to grow by about 2%. So they have a balanced budget that is a fully funded enterprise fund. So there's no general fund money going into that anymore since you all made that ERU adjustment 2 or 3 years ago. So about a $1.3 million budget in stormwater. This is the proposed CIP as it sits today. Again, we look out 5 years in terms of trying to identify funding for projects. We look further than 5 years with what potential projects could be. You will see that 2026 is highlighted because that's what we really have most of those with a funding model for and funding on hand for that. So the Public Works facility construction, we have the money to do that. We are working on those numbers now. We are working towards closing on the property, and then Mark and his team are working on getting at least a conceptual design done and then moving into full design once we've closed. The PSMS rework, we have to do a little realignment there that coincides with the opening of the town center. So some adjustments to where office is spaced and what the public opening is. Obviously, the senior center expansion upfit, mentioned to you, we have money planned for that based on a very, very rough estimate because again, we haven't even had a chance to really look and work at the space yet. So we'll talk about that a little bit later in my comments as well on what our next steps are. Sidewalks in the future, particularly Lewis Stevens. So that is moving forward. You'll see an item on the May 27th agenda in regards to some right-of-way that's coming through, and that'll keep moving. So we have the Aviation Parkway sidewalk on there for design and right-of-way. And we're revisiting that, particularly after our recent conversations with NCDOT, where it appears that that project really cannot start until July of '29. So it's an FY30 project, which is not what any of us wanted to hear, because we have those concerns, not only with congestion, but really with pedestrian safety because of the activity both at HSNC and at Cedar Fork District Park. However, we are trying to be innovative and look at that differently. So we are currently working with staff to look if there's a way we can connect out of Cedar Fork District Park through near where the convenience center is out onto Aviation, and maybe just install a crosswalk there, probably a hawk, something to that effect, but that would keep people primarily off of Aviation where there aren't any sidewalks. And that would ideally let us not have to build sidewalks there, because they're going to be very, very expensive sidewalks because of right-of-way, and there's a good chance that if we build them, they will be removed when the project comes. So again, we are trying to be very innovative. Mark and Giselle and the team are really working on that as well. I keep saying Mark's name, like he's just working hard, I guess. So, but again, great capital projects team working on a lot of different stuff for us there. And then the other is the Sawmill Creek stream restoration that continues. We've been very fortunate through Mark's work, Ben's work, to get funding for that. We've already received one $500,000 grant. We have an application out for a second $500,000 grant. Again, being very proactive there. So that's about $24.5 million, really without the Aviation Parkway included in that. And that's coming out of some GeoBond money. We have some reserves on hand, some other grants. We have stormwater reserve that's going to help with that, and then also some installment financing. And then as we go out the other 4 years, I'm not going to read all those projects to you, but you can see we continue to have needs and projects that will continue to go. Some years a little bit more, some years a little bit less, and that still has some flexibility to it depending on when things happen and how they happen. But you'll see in '27, we start talking about relocating Fire Station 2 off of Chapel Hill to Paramount Parkway. Again, forward thinking, we already have the property to do that, thanks to really Chief Criddle, when he was still the fire chief, being very innovative in locating some property for us. Some more sidewalks, intersection improvements, and then we also have the ability to start talking about Wake Tech Park, as well as a Savannah subdivision stormwater project that will occur to alleviate some issues there. Wrapping up shortly, just a couple of highlights on the capital budget and CIP. Again, we've already mentioned appropriations to the senior center and Lewis Stevens to keep those going. Public Works we've talked about, Aviation sidewalk, stormwater continues to work on Sawmill Creek. Future years are planning years, as I mentioned, organic in nature. Future master plan updates and study results will certainly factor into this. Again, we're going to get ready to do the Parks and Rec master plan. That will certainly help us to inform some things. And then again, this year we helped you through basically a 2-year refresh. So you did a full CIP. We did a full CIP study, brought that to you a couple years ago. You did a 2-year refresh to make some minor adjustments, and then that'll be a full reprioritization again in 2027. So just around the corner. So I think we give you 26 off from formally having to look at CIP. You're welcome. So our next steps moving forward, again, we have the public hearing this Thursday. We also will then transition into the work session and talk about what your questions, concerns, and other needs may be. And then our tentative plan is to adopt this budget on May 27th. Thank you for your time. That was a lot, but I appreciate your patience. I think it's important that you see that. I think it's really important that our community sees that and sees what we're doing to invest in them and invest in this community, while also making sure that we have the right people on board to do that work. So for tonight, what I'd like to ask, I think, is if you have any particular topics or items that you heard about that drew your interest and you feel like you need to know more about, only that we could then use that information to prepare better for Thursday night. Because again, just as a reminder, that is our work session, and we'd try to avoid anything that comes up new that we can't get an answer for you that night that might postpone the possibility of a vote on the 27th.
Okay, thank you very much. Just wanted to remind everyone that this budget didn't just come out tonight. It was available on Friday to the public. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So people will have a week to look at it. Thursday is the night that we're hoping to hear from our residents. If not before via email and things like that. So we're really hopefully going to hear from everybody on Thursday so we can go ahead and try to adopt end of the month. So at this time, I would like to go ahead and recognize Councilmember Rabati, followed by Councilmember Scroggins Johnson for questions and comments.
So I would like to go back to slide 33, please. I'll start by saying that this is a great budget, and I'm happy with it.
Thank you.
But I still fundamentally have a problem with the $100,000 from land acquisition, parks, and the transportation reserves being part of the delayed budget spend. And that's because I think that every single time we make a move to devalue or deprioritize those reserves, it gets easier and easier to do that. I see it as the beginning of a slippery slope that in many ways got us to playing catch up now. And so I know that it's only $300,000, and I know that we are, we're not even gonna need fund balance to balance this budget. I understand all about conservative budgeting, like I've been listening. That still sticks right in my craw. So, I guess I'd like to hear from everybody else, but I would like to swap something out for that 300,000. That is really important, and I think we send the wrong message when we don't pay ourselves first and invest in the future of the town, in my opinion. Otherwise, so could you go back to a couple slides, or maybe actually a lot of slides, to where we talked about sustainability spend, and I think it was like buried in something else. Okay, so, all right, can you explain to me $333,000 is the sustainability master plan? So that's initiatives that are on the current sustainability master plan, just continuing those for another budget year, right?
Yes, so that money was primarily, been a long night, primarily designated for solar projects. And so we ran into a bit of a curveball with the federal government with the Buy America, Build America
Right.
plan, where we couldn't spend some of that money. That money was intended to be spent on MAFC and potentially the connector. So because we had those delays with the funding, that's going to carry into the next fiscal year where those projects will be executed. So that money will be spent on solar. And then again, the sustainability program also still has $200,000 in base budget that is not particularly designated, that is intended to support ongoing implementation of the master sustainability plan. And I don't think I called it out when we went through here, but we are also going to use some existing funds to fund a sustainability intern. And so we'd originally talked about that as a part-time conversation, but heard clearly from Councilmember Scroggins Johnson and others to be innovative, think differently about that. So we're going to fund that as an intern initially, gives us a chance to sort of test drive the position and then see where that might land us in the future.
Okay, and all of that is fine. Those are all good initiatives, but I guess I'm underwhelmed by us spending $344,000 in a $62 million budget on sustainability initiatives. I think that we could do a lot better than $11,000 for native plantings, because that also has to go for greenway and maintenance, and then I guess the native plantings come out of that.
So I think it's important to also recognize that not all the things we do for sustainability are highlighted here. Many of those are in other portions of the budget. For example, we are continuing to invest in EV and hybrid vehicles. So that also goes towards what we're saving in the environment. We have a number of pieces of equipment now in Public Works that Jeffrey and his team are using that are EV operated. They're doing as much of that as is practical. Not every single thing can be EV, but they're continuing to add to that. Again, I think I mentioned hybrid vehicles. We're going to order our first, or maybe have ordered our first 2 fully EV vehicles. We're continuing to utilize and expand our solar chargers for vehicles. So we have a lot of different initiatives that are going on, some bigger dollars or impact, bigger impact, some smaller impact. If you go back to what I showed in FY25, I'll just run back there real quick if you don't mind. So again, some of those smaller scale initiatives is we have gone to a sustainable purchasing policy so that our folks have very specific guidelines on what to order and how to order. We've reduced printing by staff to try to go more with e-documents. We have limited almost all use of water bottles, as you see across the stage there. The EV equipment I already mentioned, little things like compostable plates. We've also implemented composting bins. We have water bottle fillers at town events. So some of it is big Yahoo and some of it is small, but making a difference. And again, that's also, I think, part of as we try to share that message with our community, that right now we're primarily still focused inward on town sustainability. But this also gives us the opportunity to start giving examples to others of what we're doing before we really launch more fully into an external effort to bring additional sustainability to our residents and our community.
So I would appreciate, I don't want to create a burden for staff, but I would appreciate seeing on one slide everything that we're doing for sustainability, what our investment is, and then either what the rate of return we've already seen or the rate of return that we anticipate.
Okay.
I want a slide that I can talk to people about that is going to show that we have a commitment to sustainability. And I would love that if that was on one slide. And I think that's it. Otherwise, I really do think that you've done an amazing job here, given the limitations that we gave you. I mean, you know, I think this is great. Those are just two things that you know, you asked if anything was jumping out at us, and those are the two that are jumping out at me.
Thank you.
I'd like to now recognize Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, followed by Councilmember Fender, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Is it on? Okay. First of all, thank you very much for the presentation this evening. I was one of those people that requested to see the value that was returned from the increase in 2025, and you illustrated that very well through both programming and the staffing return on investment and the efficiencies that were gained. So that was very helpful as a backdrop to the proposal for the fiscal year 26 budget. So thank you for that. We also, as a council, did request that you provide us with a budget that had no increase in the tax base. And we also asked that there be no waste fee for fiscal year 26. And both of those goals you did meet. So that is big. It is a big accomplishment. So I think the public needs to appreciate the fact that we heard them, because I did speak to many individuals and groups that were very concerned about the impact of another increase. And that's something that we are doing our best to deliver value while keeping in mind the bottom line. With that in mind, Morrisville is a fixed area town, and we are nearing build out. So we are also entering into a phase of redevelopment. So we cannot just keep expanding and keep realizing growth to absorb some of the costs that we are incurring. So that's a huge challenge with this year, is that our rate of growth is slowing down, and there'll be increases in overall costs as well. So if you could answer, and maybe one of the team can answer, is how much of our base budget, you know, the revenue increase, I think it was like 6 or 7% over last year.
About 7.
And I was using 7% as I was reviewing the various factors. So this 7% revenue increase is between 25 and 26. Being conservative, I look at, can we carry that burden of more spending into the next year? There's both recurring and one-time costs. The more recurring expenses that we add in this fiscal year '26, the more pressure that we're gonna have to have increased revenues. And also, we will, to meet like our targets, we might not be able to do as many one-time projects in the future. And one of those areas is staffing. Staffing this year, as I was adding it up, we have a 2.5% COLA, and we also have an average of a 4.5% merit. Is that correct?
2% COLA, and we anticipate an average 4.5%. You know, we'll know that for sure once evaluations come in, but that's our anticipation.
So roughly, the staff is in alignment with the natural growth of the town. So that 7% is in alignment with our natural growth. My concern is that as we're adding more positions, that will flip, and we will be out of balance with having more burden of recurring expenses and not being able to do as many one-time costs. So I was wanting to see if we could look at staffing a little bit more. I saw that there's 2 positions that were conversions. One was in finance and the other was in IT. And I really like that because I think a resilient organization is one that recognizes that they can flex and find fit-for-purpose positions and maximize the value for the overall organization, because sometimes there might be a greater need in another area of the organization. So I need to be a little more convinced on the 4 full-time positions, and the part-time, I think it was in the presentation, there was 2 part-time, but I kind of saw there was more buckets of having multiple part-time groups servicing like crossing guards and parks facilities and so forth like that. So I'm not sure how the math added up. I'm not going to go into it. I'm just kind of highlighting, maybe you could expand upon how that works with the staffing a little bit more. Inspections was the other position where you did some conversion, and that is also a revenue generating position because there is an inspection fee associated with services provided. I don't think it's 100%, but it does offset the cost of the position. I think that's a great point that you raised. I do want to go deep dive into fee discussions on Thursday. I think that I'm going to look at the rates proposed. We introduced a cost recovery proposal from the Parks Director about looking at usage and trying to recover some costs. That is reflected in the proposed fee schedule. In some places it makes sense and some might be a little high. And I'll want to ask a few questions about that on Thursday. So the drones that are proposed, I did have a question. Are the drones camera only or are they working drones? Because there's drones that can carry items and there's also drones that are just camera only. So that was a question about both the purpose and the capability of that equipment. And so also, I'm a little skeptical about the sponsorship program in general. I know that we're doing maybe a beta or a study first before we do that, but that recurring cost for the sponsorship program, that's one of my recurring concerns, is that we have to definitely sell sponsorships in order to make that ROI. And what if we don't feel like that is where we want to be committed at this point? So I'm looking at a lot of the recurring positions as well as some of the programs for recurring a little bit closer.
I'll give you a little bit more information on that in manager comments too.
That would be great. That's all I have for tonight.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank
for
you.
your work and your team's work, of course.
Yes, it's a group effort, certainly.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Councilmember Fender, please.
Hey, Brandon. So since Councilmember Robati brought up the Sustainability Fund, I know it's your favorite subject. I wanted to get a little bit of clarity on the fund and the numbers, because what was shared previously, a few meetings back on this slide, seems to be a bit different in the way you're presenting the numbers here. Because when we spoke about this previously, and I think I asked about it in our one-to-one, that there was the 333,000 in remaining funds. And then I had subtracting 110,000 for something that's already allocated. What was that?
I believe that's a cost match on a grant. If I may have to confirm that for you Thursday.
Okay. And then on this slide too, it says at the bottom, not included in budget above, to be not included in budget above. And then underneath it, it has the tax incentive and the $250K from Deborah Ross. And that's the money that was delayed because of the Buy America.
Correct. So that will fund a portion, that will be we'll match that out of the 333 to do the solar projects at the connector, and MAFC. But we can bring you some clarity around that all on Thursday.
So the $250 we got as a grant, we have to match
Yes, that's correct.
at $250?
Yes.
Okay. That makes a little more sense. So, so with those funds, so it sounds like we'll have the 333 minus 110, which is 220, plus 200 in the base budget. So we'll have 420 for fiscal year 26.
Yes, I believe that's correct, with the solar projects also being done.
Okay. So, I guess I would like more information on how that money is gonna be used. We don't in the budget necessarily, I mean, I know the solar is going to occur, but that's not gonna be all of those funds. And we briefly spoke about this previously, but I would like to look at us using this budget, the sustainability funds, and in the future to, like in the example of the town center, we're seeing development doesn't seem very willing to implement sustainability initiatives in the town center buildings that are included, that why don't we fund those types solar on the stage roof or wherever, items. They said, well, we'll make it solar ready. Well, why can't we set up this fund for first going ahead and implementing sustainability in the town center, and then we could also use it in the future for capital projects?
We can. So we've had conversation about utilizing potentially some of the operational budget out of sustainability to support things in the town center. And I would say it's not that Sing is not willing to. There's significant challenges with trying to put solar on. And we're coming back on the 27th. My wingman disappeared. So we're coming back on the 27th with a presentation that will update what is going on in the town center. That's going to speak to you about some of the value engineering that's been identified to try to give us a little bit of gap, not knowing what the bids will come back as. And then as a part of that, we're also going to highlight for you all of the sustainability that's being built into that project. and give you a better explanation of why we can't realistically put solar on the roof of the stage or on the roof of the cottage retail buildings because of other things occurring there.
Okay, I guess I would like to hear solutions of where and what we can implement, not what we can't do.
Yes, that's what we're gonna do. That's what I said. We're gonna give you a list of all the sustainability that's going into that project.
Okay. I mean, and that's, you know, to Councilmember Robati's point is, you know, it's not just about what we can do internally with, our municipal buildings. We can be helping, developers with their capital projects and future capital projects that, you know, there's a possibility of looking at putting additional funds in this budget, you know, potentially in the long run, instead of having an internship that's cobbled together by a couple different little other sources, you know, having a second full-time position.
And I think the internship is a step in that direction to evaluate what can be done there. And there is an opportunity and an intention to move this towards more public facing. That's a future phase of the master sustainability plan that you all approved.
Okay. And then one last question, that has nothing to do with sustainability. I just had a question for, I guess more information on Thursday about this economic toolkit
Yes.
for 45,000. Just interested in what that
Okay.
includes.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, followed by Councilmember Johnson, please.
Thanks, Mayor. I too agree that any money taking out from the reserve funds is a big no for me. And I've been clear from the day one because it takes a lot of effort to basically allocate that money. And even, for example, we had put a cent for parks or land acquisition. It was gone the next meeting right after that, you know, because obviously the opportunity came, but, you know, within a fraction of a second with the amount of real estate and other things. So in fact, adding more to that bucket would be better than taking anything out of it. So that, and then also about this small area plan, I wanted to understand more, you know, is this initiative coming from the town staff or the perimeter business people coming and asking us? Because I did a little bit of research on Western Parkway where Town of Cary is doing the same thing, and with Highwoods, yeah. So they actually came up with the proposals and put their initial money and their findings, and then Town of Cary partnered with them. So I would like to see a dog in the fight in the perimeter the same way, because we want to know what they're up to. We can do all the plans, but if they're not in there, so I don't know what the point of having it. So just want to know more about it.
Yeah, we can speak, sorry, that was really, really loud. Getting used to it. We can certainly speak more about that on Thursday. I think the short version of that is a staff-initiated effort. You know, we've done that in other areas of the town where there's an opportunity seen. You know, in the past, that's been more around land that would be really redeveloped into that. So this is a little bit different because it's sort of more fully developed. But again, we have that concern, I think the same you do, in protecting our, you know, tax base, and that is an important part of our tax base in that area of town. And so this is an effort to look at sort of a visioning exercise as what might be different out there. So this is not about how do we put people back into those buildings necessarily. It's about what could be out there that might be a better or different product for the future based on where we are today. But we can talk more Thursday.
Yeah, absolutely. But the key is because they're property owners and they own it. It is after the fact. So what is in their best interest that they can also work?
No, an
with us?
interaction with them is absolutely a part of that.
I think to my knowledge, we had just had one meeting with them, I think, a couple of years ago.
No, future engagement. I mean, this is, right now, it's conceptual to even begin that work. As that work would potentially begin, there are certainly stakeholders there that need to be spoken to and to understand, what would they be willing to consider or not consider? Because you are right. If they don't want to consider anything different, then a small area plan is not going to be helpful.
Okay, sounds good. And also, my questions would be on Thursday would be around the increase of the Church Street, park areas, and also the special use permit, because I feel we, at least as a council, don't have a full understanding what does a special use permit take, because it takes forever, listening from the residents' point of view. So
Specific SUP, or, I'm sorry, I'm trying to tie that to the budget conversation.
I'm talking about the extra fees that has been, added to permits, like special event permits.
Okay.
So, because I know you said Chief Lazinski was looking into that whole thing, and we don't know what the new format is and how the whole thing is going to play out, but I'm seeing more and more issues with that. So, but adding more fees is not a solution until we know what is really getting fixed. That's all from me now.
Councilmember Johnson, please.
So at this point, I'm going to probably repeat a lot of stuff, but I just want to back up a couple of things that have been said. On slides 33 and I guess, 33 and 34, Brandon, I too would like to see some alternates here. I think you're going to have a majority of us that are concerned with withholding from our reserve funds. So if you could have some additional options on those two sheets. And actually, let me just start by saying thank you for this. I appreciate this. I think it's the way you've structured the budget. It acknowledges the concerns, especially that I've had, that several of us have had, about the state of this economy and just the unknown and the erratic fluctuation of what may or may not occur is very unnerving. So I appreciate this approach that gives me great comfort. So thank you for that. But some alternatives there might be really helpful. So that's number one. I too would like a discussion on fees, especially related to Parks and Rec. As when we talked about cost recovery in Parks and Rec, I have always been vocal about a different rate for non-residents versus residents, but some of these increases are pretty significant. And we talked about cost recovery. I also talked about the fact that we have a lot of non-residents that use our facilities, that rent our facilities, that participate in our programming. And I would like to have a discussion about, are we okay with this increase as it's presented in this budget, or do we want to talk about something else? Because that is a little concerning to me. So I'd like to have that discussion. And that's really going to be, and we talked about, it's going to really be a philosophical kind of where do you land on that type of discussion. But I think it's important to have it now or Thursday. I would, and maybe you explained this and I missed it, but on slide 18 and on slide 28, you talked about, on slide 18, you talked about 1.9 million for pay in class and COLA and merit. But then on slide 28, it's 1.54 million. So I just need to understand there's a little disconnect for me, and maybe you explained it.
I didn't, but I can. So the approximately $500,000, a little over 560 of COLA is in a different section. We pulled that out to put it in a different section, but the 1.9 is the correct number. It's just divided into two different priorities here.
Okay,
And
thank
quality
you.
of life,
Okay, thank you.
quality of life for employees.
Got it, thank you. Okay, that, put an asterisk around that. 'Cause I was trying to follow that number and it didn't follow through everything correctly, and even in the document itself. Not correctly, that's not fair, but just without that explanation. So, okay, that's good, thank you. So for prosperity, that might be for somebody else looking in the future. During retreat, you gave us a current org chart, which I found very helpful. Could you give us that org chart again? Since we're gonna talk about positions, if you could give us that org chart again. And honestly, if it's not too much, if you could, too much work, put on there which of those positions are open, which ones are vacant, that for me would be helpful. It may not be for anybody else. If it's too much work, that's fine. I can probably figure it out myself.
I do.
Okay, thank you. I did also want to mention, I think we have to have more discussion about the sponsorship. I'm okay with we're going to kind of tiptoe into that process right now. Yet the full year monthly funding is in the budget. So I would like to have a little more discussion on that too on Thursday.
Sure, and just briefly, it is in the budget, but it's included with offset revenue. So I would also say that, and I'll share maybe now what I was going to share later, I think it's relevant, is that we have gone back to Superlative, and they have agreed to do phase 2 and 3 as opt-in rather than opt-out. So we would pay them the $40,000 up front to do the assessment. We could get that back, you could look at that, and then make a decision of whether or not you wanted to go forward with phase 2 and 3 to let them begin to receive sponsorship dollars. So if you did that, then we have the money programmed and would anticipate that they would very minimally bring back at least break even. I mean, we expect more than that. But if you elected not to go forward, then the money wouldn't be spent and the revenues wouldn't be there. So it doesn't really need to, it can be in the budget, and if you don't do it, it really just sits there because we don't do the revenue or the expense.
Okay, so we're going to come back and make that call.
Yes, so what I'm recommending is that we have gotten corrected what you've asked for. So we'd like to sign the agreement with Superlative to start phase 1. We have money designated in the current budget that will cover that cost. And then once they come back with their report on what they've evaluated from our assets and amenities, you can look at that, see what they would be recommending pursuing in terms of sponsorships. And at that point, you could make a decision on whether or not to commit to the $5,000 monthly fee, where we would then have them go out and get sponsorships, and we would receive 85% of those monies.
Okay, thank you. And then just the last thing, and only because it's kind of come up, and you and I have had this conversation, the town center project, and I think we've all talked about this. Sorry, you okay? Take a drink of water.
Wrong tube, sorry.
No, you're fine. The town center project is a priority for council, a priority for the community, a priority for staff, and so, I am concerned about increasing costs, and until we actually put it out to bid and we understand, I want to kind of tread lightly and make sure that we can fund any overage that potentially may come. Obviously, I'm hoping that's going to be minimum overage. If there is an overage, yes, I'm hoping it comes under budget. Nothing ever comes under budget, but and then when we get to bid process and we see some real numbers, we can decide what we have to do with the project. But anyhow, that is concerning to me because that's going to happen in this budget this budget year that we're talking about adopting. That town center will happen in this budget year, so I'm just kind of concerned about that.
Yeah, so we're coming May 27th with an update for you that'll answer, I think, many of those questions. The short version is that Mark and the team have worked very hard through a value engineering exercise because they have taken some things out, the majority of which I don't think you will have any significant issues with based on prior conversations. We're going to show that to you. But Mark has, I think, very smartly said, you know, we can't sit at 18.9 right now because we anticipate it could come in higher. So he has been able to add some small things into that budget because, as you can imagine, as you design, you find this wasn't included, that no significant expansion, just little things that were missed. And then he's also done a good job of pulling some things out of that to bring it down to, I think, about 18.4-ish right now. So there's about $500,000 of gap there that we could absorb a bid higher than what was intended. And then beyond that, we can go into more detail on the 27th, but we do have some other fund opportunities that we could supplement that if you were to so direct us to do that.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we've all had an opportunity to share our thoughts, and I just want to share a couple of things. I guess I have a question about that 800,000 and whether or not that 300,000 already has offsetting revenue, in which case could we just say that there's only 500,000 that we're waiting till April? Is that just
That is certainly an option.
A conceptual way to think
again,
about it?
all 800,000 of that has revenue. So again, this is a balanced budget of $62.6 million. That $800,000 is included in there. We're essentially creating an additional safeguard. So we've budgeted very conservatively. We've shown a downturn in sales tax, very minimal increase in ad valorem, which we know is based on facts and numbers. So we've already planned a downturn in sales tax. So this is sort of our extra buffer that if it were worse than anticipated, at $800,000, there's give or take 7% worth of sales tax reduction, roughly rounding some numbers. So yes, if you went down to 500 and just didn't hold the reserves, then you'd be sitting a little over 4.5% of sales tax loss that could occur during the year, and you'd be able to cover for that with not funding $500,000 of items in April.
So I feel comfortable that we've been so conservative that we could probably make that philosophical change and sort of say that we're committed to those extra 300,000. I'd be comfortable with that. In a larger philosophical thing, I would like us to see more sustainability efforts externally. We've done really well internally, and I think being an example is good, but actually partnering with the community to help them is an important step. And I don't know if we're doing it this budget. We're starting in that direction, but that's just setting the stage for next year. I think that we can really lean into that a lot. And otherwise, I think this is a really great budget given the constraints that we all feel. And Councilmember Johnson brought up a really good point that if the town center comes in over what we expect, we're going to need to try to find those funds because that is a priority for the community and the council and our residents. So I think this has been really good. And at this point, if anyone has second things that they want to share, having heard from the rest of us, now would be the time. Otherwise, I think we'll be reconvening on Thursday.
Yep.
Do you want to take a moment to summarize what you heard that you need more of to sort of make sure that we're all on the same page?
Sure. So I think we're going to come back to you with a different look at the 800,000. I think one alternative might be simply funding 500. Another alternative would be finding 300,000 different dollars to hold until April for spending. We are going to look at staffing and make sure that we're prepared to explain to you the justification and particularly the community benefit that will come from those 4 full-time positions and the 2 part-time police department civilians. We'll be prepared to discuss parks and rec fees and give a little more detail around the drone program. We will also be able to give you some updates on sustainability and bring perhaps all of that into a single slide so that you're looking at it all together at once. And I'll work with Jeffrey, and I think Kimberly's back, so we can also talk about what specific other projects may be funded in FY anticipated for funding in FY26. We'll give you some better definition around the economic development toolkit, the marketing campaign that Tiffany is seeking, which we support. We'll also look at giving you a little more information on what the small area plan is. And we'll look at, in the context of fees, not only Parks and Rec, but also special event fees. And then we will look at, we'll clarify that difference between 18 and 28, Councilmember Johnson, on when the 1.9 doesn't look like 1.9 again. We'll add a couple notes there. We'll provide you with the org chart, and we'll try to get that highlighted with where our vacancies sit as of Thursday. And then we can talk a little bit more about sponsorship if you'd like to that night, to get a green light to at least engage in the agreement for phase 1. That's what I've heard.
Do you feel like you have a good handle on what we need to know about the Parks and Rec fees? Because we sort of threw that out, but we've talked about it some. So is it more about resident versus non-resident, or do you feel like you have enough? And I'll recognize Councilmember Strong Johnson to clarify if she feels she gave enough.
So I didn't want to go into a lot of detail to spare time, but yes, we do need to have a conversation about resident versus non-resident, but there's also specific fees that I think are increasing more than others. And there is, a psychology to it. Sometimes if it's too high, then people will go elsewhere. And, what does success look like? Also, this might be helpful to you to prepare for Thursday is with that increase, with the current pattern of participation that we have, what is the level of revenue that we're going to receive if we have the same level of activity for some of those higher increases? Because I think it's a matter of understanding if we're just increasing it and we're only getting a few thousand extra, is it worth irritating potential participants with a higher burden that could be significant to them if we're only receiving a small ROI? So I don't want to start going down the list because there's a lot of things, but just trying to be sensitive to our goal of serving the public, as well as making sure that we're getting some revenue generation as well.
Okay. Yeah, and we can, I think it's a longer conversation than we want to have tonight, but yeah, we can be prepared to bring some information back and I think clarify to you where we are in terms of those park recommended fees, and then also what's still to come as they implement what you really endorsed at the last meeting, which was this cost recovery and cost analysis approach of the 4 categories and the percentages. So we'll come back to that. I don't want to start down a slippery slope.
Thank you.
Okay, so back to you, sir. Anything else we need to know?
No, thank you again for the time. This took a little while, but I think it's valuable time for you. I think it's valuable time for the community to understand what's in the budget and particularly why it's in the budget. So we'll be prepared to have some additional discussion on Thursday. Again, for those in the room and those in the public, we certainly encourage you to come. There is a public hearing to start that meeting on Thursday where we, council, I think I can speak for council and say we want to hear from the community, particularly now that you've seen what the recommended budget is and seen some of the philosophy behind that and how we got to the priorities and the decisions that were made. So more information is always good information. And then once we have that public hearing, we will work through the different discussion points you've identified for us, and we'll go from there. And hopefully, I still think we can realistically have ourselves ready for the 27th.
And that's assuming that public hearing is closed on the 15th. That's generally how we do things, correct?
Correct. I mean, your practice has been that you typically don't hold a vote on the same night that you have a public hearing. So yeah, I think you have a decision to make Thursday about whether or not you would continue that. And if you do, I think you would want to discuss that potentially pushes your vote back to June 10th.
So just letting the residents know Thursday is the time to really.
Which is fine.
Come in. Yeah,
just
which is good.
From what you've asked us to do, that would be different.
I think Councilmember Scroggins Johnson wants to weigh in.
So just to be clear, we provided this budget for public review on Friday of last week?
Yes.
So we're asking them to review, digest, and comment in less than a week?
Yes.
I am skeptical of that being fair. In the past, we've had the review by the public over a course of several weeks. So although I am hopeful that we have a very clear and clean budget, I want to say if the public is, not paying attention, because I think that it's very hard to get messaging out through social media on a timely basis. A week seems a little shallow for me, and I will voice this again on Thursday, but I just want to put it out there that it just seems very quick when they haven't had a review period of a full week. Thank you.
Understood.
I agree with that.
Transparency. Okay, so we'll have a decision on Thursday.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're now at item 12, and that's future meetings, events, and resident involvement opportunities. For a full listing of these, please see the town calendar at www.morrisvillenc.gov. Now we're at council manager comments, and I will share first and be followed by Councilmember Rabati. I want to say I was grateful for the opportunity to spend time with my wife Kathy as we traveled to the Grand Canyon to do some hiking last week. Such a beautiful natural wonder, but it did remind me of how scared I am of heights. Congratulations to my daughter Shannon, who graduated from UNC Wilmington this past Friday. Shannon, we're all very proud of you and look forward to seeing where your life takes you. I'm looking forward to lots more graduations over the next few weeks, including the first graduation for our Morrisville High School over at Wake Tech. Go Mavericks. Next, we have Councilmember Rabati, followed by Councilmember Fender.
Thank you, Mayor. Brooke Antoinette Rabati will also graduate this upcoming week with a master's in counseling from Wake Forest University. Could not be prouder of her. She has worked so hard, and I can't wait to be the bawling mom in the audience. I also wanted to say that I had an opportunity this week that I just don't usually get, which was to interact with staff as a member of the public that needed something from staff. I'm doing a special event in one of our Morrisville parks, and it's just ballooned out of control, and so I needed a special event permit for it. And I just want to call out the professionalism and the expertise of our staff who talked me through additional security and porta potties and where the food trucks can park and what would be the best place to hold the event, and all of the things that as a member of the public you just don't know how to do. And so I just wanted to specifically call out May, Michelle, Brian, Leslie, Mary, just some, just the expertise and the professionalism of all of our staff was great to see from the member of the public point of view. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Fender, followed by Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
So you guys know I don't usually do council comments, so when I do, it is usually for a point. It's a little bit of a sad note, but ironically, May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and it was kind of brought home to me recently. I had a two people in my circle decided that in their life recently. One was my cousin, and one was another individual in our community, 20 years old and same age as my son. And it just brought it very home to me that, when someone does do that, many people are left behind, friends and family, just asking why. So I just want to put it out there that for people that may be having dark days, to please get help, put it out there, talk to somebody. You are not alone. All of us have gone through, all of us have stuff that we've dealt with. And just, I hope and pray that for people out there that are having a tough time, that you get help and don't decide to take that very final step. So that's all. Sorry to bring the moment down.
No, that's very important to share. And 988 is that number that you can call anytime.
Yes.
Councilmember Scott Johnson, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, please.
Thank you, Councilmember Fender, for sharing that. I think it's a very important reminder to all of us. I just have a couple comments. I wanted to emphasize that we have Springfest on this Saturday, and it's one of our fun events that we hope the whole community comes out for. And I do believe there's a new t-shirt that is available as well. So that's always fun to collect the Morrisville spirit wear. The other item that I wanted to share is about, this is graduation season, and we are very pleased that we have our Morrisville students going to so many different places, including the Wake Tech. Have they the Wake? Yeah, it's a mouthful. The Wake Tech, a new high school, and I really want to say thank you in advance to our mayor, who's going to be sharing all of that schedule with us, so that we can sign up if we haven't already missed that deadline, because I do want to make sure that I attend some of those events. Both of my children have graduated from Wake County Public School high schools, so it's very special to me to be able to see and celebrate the successes of all of our students. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, followed by Councilmember Johnson.
No comments.
Councilmember Johnson.
So I just have two. Earlier tonight, although we didn't read it, we had a proclamation on the agenda for Police Week and Peace Officer Memorial Day. And earlier today, the Morrisville Police Department held a ceremony. We here in Morrisville lost a police officer in 1997. Sergeant Godwin passed away in responding to a call in the line of duty. And so every year the Morrisville Police Department recognizes him and his family and their sacrifice. And I just want to say, Chief Acosta did a great job this morning, and Town Manager Brandon Zudema did a fabulous job too. I want to thank you for your words. The speech you gave was exceptional. And I especially want to thank you for fitting to say this now, to thank you for bringing up the conversation about mental health and making sure that our public safety personnel are aware that we support them in their efforts and in their needs. And so I really appreciate that. I cannot imagine what our public safety personnel, and you do because you came from that world, Brandon, I can't imagine what they have to deal with and face on a daily basis, on a monthly basis, on a yearly basis, and they show up in times of need that are beyond my comprehension. So I think that you made them aware that we are here to support them and to help them if they need it, was exceptional. So I really want to thank you for that. You did a fabulous job.
Thank you.
And the other thing I want to mention too is since we've been gone, it feels like a year ago. This was 3 weeks between council meetings. Several of us on council attended our league conference. The North Carolina League of Municipalities has an annual conference every year for all 540 cities and towns across the state of North Carolina. And it's an opportunity for us every year to obviously network, go through training, learn about what's happening here in the state, And the league advocates on our behalf and our citizens' behalf. So it's a critically important organization that is led by a board of directors. And, you know, in the past, I have had the pleasure of serving on that board of directors and understand the value that the organization gives to all 540 cities and towns and the thousands or the millions of citizens across the state. And currently, Mayor Pro Tem Garamella serves on that board of directors. And at the league conference 2 weeks ago, he was voted to serve as the second vice president of the league. And so I want to congratulate him. So that is significant, obviously, for him, but it is significant for the town of Morrisville. The work that we all do and our staff does on their respective organizations, the work that we all do brings dividends back here to our citizens. And so, congratulations, Satish. That is a huge deal. And so, you know, he will serve as second vice president this year. Next year, he will be first vice president. And the following year, he will be the president of the North Carolina League of Municipalities. And so I'm really proud of you, very proud of you. So congratulations.
I didn't know that. Congratulations, Satish. That's amazing.
And to the town manager for comments.
Thank you, Mayor. The one I think we've addressed, the superlative contract, I think we may just talk about that Thursday, if that's okay. I think it's a very quick conversation, but we shall do that Thursday. Did want to bring to your attention, shared this with you in the Friday email. We have an agreement, a memorandum of understanding with the Morrisville Veterans Memorial Foundation. That was signed in 2022, and that was really an MOU that was prioritizing being willing to fund design work so that there was a conceptual design of the memorial so that then the foundation could use that towards potentially fundraising efforts. There's other language in there that speaks to the fact that we will also be responsible for any maintenance once the memorial is built, and that we'll continue to collaborate with the foundation. Given that they are still working on that and that document expires at the end of June, my recommendation is that we just continue that document, perhaps even for another 3 years, just to give them continued opportunity to work on that. I spoke earlier this evening with their chair, and he's receptive to that. If you all are so willing, then I would sign that and have them get that signed. So we have basically a 3-year extension to allow them to continue their work.
Are you looking for head nods at this
I am
time?
looking for head nods. Thank you.
So I want to make a head nod and a comment. The volunteers that work on the Morrisville Veterans Memorial Foundation are doing this to honor our veterans, and they are doing the best job they can do. And I think it's important that that message come out of this room and this dais and this council, because we unfortunately are continuing to hear a message that goes not countered. And that disturbs me, because that is not fair to this group. It is not fair to the work that they're doing. And I just think we as a council need to, well, I'll speak for myself. I think I need to stand up for them, because I don't like the one-sided, incorrect message that comes at every council meeting during public comments directed at that group and the work they're doing. So yes, I am fully supportive of continuing an agreement with the Morrisville Veterans Memorial Foundation, which is a 501c3 nonprofit.
I would like to and Liz's comments and add that the design of the Veterans Memorial was approved after an exhaustive public comment and outreach effort that included all groups in Morrisville. That the design is lovely, and if you have not seen it, I commend you to go to their website and not to look at designs that have been circulated, which the design on the foundation website is the real design of the Veterans Memorial. I encourage everyone to go look at it. It is lovely. It will be a serene and beautiful place for people to go and contemplate the sacrifices that have been made in the name of this country. And I could not be prouder of that design. I could not be prouder of that committee. So yes, and good call out, Liz. I'm glad you said that.
I think we saw some head nods. Do you have what you need to go
Yes,
forward?
thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anything else?
Well, just real quickly, you see some changes in the room. Those listening online may not see those, but we have really done an overhaul of the audio system in the room. You saw that a little bit earlier with some mic testing and people getting used to those. But we have heard you and we've heard the community with concerns about the audio, particularly, I think, going over the stream. So I think as you hear tonight, we've made significant improvement in the room. And I think you should be able to hear better. Those devices in front of you actually have a speaker pushing that back at you. And then we also have an additional mic in the ceiling so that even if someone that's speaking in the room doesn't have a microphone in front of them, they'll still be picked up for the stream. So the recording that posts later will have even better audio, ideally, than what's in the room. The other thing I'll mention is we did have to take our values down, but they're coming back. We're going to find a way to return them. We think that's important to continue to showcase those. So thank you for your patience with that, but that work is continuing.
All your mics are live all the time, so
Press the mute button. You can press the mute button, but yes. So at this time, we are scheduled to take a 10-minute break. So please come back at 9:25 down at the work session table. And please bring your speaking cards. And are we actually bringing these microphones down with us? Please unplug your microphones and bring them down with you. Thank you very much. See you at 9:25.
What are we doing with the mics?
I'm sorry?
What are we doing with the mics?
We'll
It's
bring these
assist you
down
with
to
that.
the table
We're going to bring
with
them
us.
down to the table.
thank you. Yeah.
Clerk Kelly Bertling to work us through proclamations. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. So to give you some background of why this is being brought before you thank you. To give you some information on why this is being brought to you today, coming out of version 15 of your council policies and rules of procedure, the clerk's office is responsible for maintaining an annual list of recurring events, themes, holidays that we issue proclamations for that don't require a request from any sort of party. It's just put on your agenda from the clerk's office. This is aligned with our strategic plan with goal 3 and goal 5, engaged inclusive community and operational excellence. So what are we doing tonight? I am asking you all to review that annual list just to get a feel of if this list is still reflective of your values and your values for our community. I do want to emphasize that nothing you decide tonight about this annual list will affect any sort of requested proclamations. That all has a very detailed process in your policy. We manage requests from the public, advisory boards, yourselves, and staff. This list is just those types of proclamations that we do because we've always done them. So we just want to ensure they're still reflective of your values. So the data that we're looking at are proclamations that were issued over the past 5 years. I've included them on this list if they occurred 3 or more times in that 5 years or in the past 2 years consecutively. So this is the list broken down by month. I'll give you a second to take that in. Just getting a general feedback, is there something there that's missing? Is there something that you feel shouldn't be there? And we don't need a general motion, just kind of a consensus of head nods. Councilmember Fender.
Well, we've done domestic violence awareness in October for 4 or 5 consecutive years.
I'd like that one to go back on the list.
Yeah, I'm surprised it didn't show up.
I'll make that change. Thank you for pointing that out.
And would the peace officers one be considered one that's asked, or?
That's one that staff requests every year, so that Police Week, Public Works Week, those all come from staff, so those weren't included in this. These are more events that are from the community, not necessarily to do with staff. So you'll see that Building Safety Month, also recognized today, isn't included on this list either.
So I feel like March is a little bit proclamation heavy. I'm not sure how bleeding disorders got on there, but that seems kind of obscure to me.
I agree. Yeah, I don't know if there's some history there of background why that got there, but that does seem obscure.
We unfortunately don't have any background. I tried to get some background, with my transition. A lot of that data was lost through the past clerks. But if that's something that's not reflective of your values at current time, we can just remove that. And if someone in the community feels they'd like that back, they can go through their request process. This does not prohibit that.
And I don't know how the others feel, but I would be all right with removing women's history and women in public office.
I feel strongly about that one. I want that.
Okay,
I love
never
that.
mind.
No,
I was gonna say, I want to keep that one too.
We did combine them into one,
Yes,
so
you
they're
did.
not too
I know.
separate, so, which I think is fair, but yes, thank you.
Thought I'd throw that out there.
The pancreatic cancer one isn't up there.
It is November.
Oh, November, sorry. Okay, got it.
What about the foster care one? Do we need that?
That's a child abuse one, I think. Oh, foster, oh, I see what you're saying, foster care month.
Because that's another May one or that's another month where we have 4.
So did we read the AAPI?
I'd be all right getting rid of foster care and even the tennis.
Steve's not here to.
Yeah, so now we need to do it.
So my question is, when you're acknowledging, is that getting given to someone, or how does it work?
So with your new policy, only 2 proclamations are read per meeting. So for example, tonight we had one proclamation read and given to a member of the community. They were here tonight. We had 3 proclamations that are going to be given to staff or have already been given to staff. And we had one proclamation, the AAPI month was acknowledged for reference. It's included in our minutes, it's included on the agenda, but we did not have someone scheduled to come collect it. I think Mayor Colley, you asked for a copy, but
So we can just deliver it.
we do not have someone identified to receive that proclamation.
I think we should, if we have that proclamation available, we should take that to the NCAT Day of Advocacy at the NCGA. That occurs every year in May. I mean, we could read it there or not read it there, but we could present it there.
Which one are you talking about?
The AAPI month, AAPI History Month is, that's literally the community that's celebrated by NCAT, so I think that would be logical to do it there. I mean, I go every year.
I was there.
Satish, yeah, TJ, I mean, a lot of us go down and support that, so we could do it there.
So it's definitely something, you all have signed that proclamation that's issued, so you're welcome. Has that happened already this month?
It did, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, we can plan that for next year. I'll add that to our list.
That's great, thank you.
There was discussion about foster care month and tennis. I did not see consensus of head nods, so can we go back to that discussion?
What about just foster care? Do we need that? Do we need to continue that one?
Is your theory that we need the tennis one?
Well, I'm okay getting rid of that one too. I just didn't think there was consensus with that.
So I am pro foster care and not necessarily supportive of National Tennis Month unless there is, more community support.
I'd weigh in that I think Wake County is really trying to bring awareness to foster care, and I think that would be a nice thing for us to support as a community. And I'm a tennis fan, so I'd support keeping that one too.
I agree with the foster care because I'm dealing with one person who, a family is keeping their kid and there's no space at all for foster care. It's pretty hard. It's like week 6 or 7, they're still, going to school from a different house.
I think we should keep either Senior Fitness Day or Senior Citizens Day, but I question why we necessarily need both of those. I guess we could go present the Senior Fitness Day at the Senior Center, but I'm just saying, I don't think we
don't need a proclamation.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think we should, honestly, try to cut the list down to the point where the proclamations, the fact that you get a proclamation from town council is actually meaningful. Because I think we've over-rotated a little bit on the proclamation front.
I agree. I'd be all right, keeping the Senior Citizen Day and forgoing the Senior Fitness Day.
I'm good with that too.
I mean, they can still have an event, they just don't need a proclamation necessarily, right? So,
How about, would a compromise be, as was noted, Senior Fitness Day is something that's read at that center, like we're doing with the things for staff?
And that's something, Mary, I believe you all have requested already for this year. So it's not that we would get rid of that completely if staff requested it. It would just go through that process instead of just being put on the agenda. Does that sound?
yeah, I think the Senior Citizens Day should be at the town hall because that's a pretty fun one to do. And fitness at the senior center, yeah.
Mayor, if I could, I think what you all may want to also keep in mind is you have a policy that speaks to sort of some parameters around what should be a proclamation. It speaks to generally it's recognizing someone that either lives here or has been a business person here. I can't quote it to you, but it also speaks to, something, if it's not to a person, it's something of interest to the community, it has community relevance. So, you may want to consider that, and particularly to Councilmember Rabati's point, if you're trying to thin back a little bit to make them more meaningful, we can certainly help you with that by more strictly adhering to what some of those guidelines might be and not just responding to anything that's asked for.
Like, for example, now that I'm looking at it, Lung Cancer Awareness Month. I mean, my mother died of lung cancer. Nobody cares more about lung cancer than me. But I think that if we have World Pancreatic Cancer Day and Small Business Saturday, which I do think Small Business Saturday is extremely important, and I think small businesses need all the help they can get. I would be okay with removing a proclamation for Lung Cancer Awareness Month and leaving Pancreatic Cancer Day, because I think that pancreatic cancer is another type of cancer that gets literally no press, and Small Business Sunday, and removing the Lung Cancer Awareness Proclamation altogether.
I could go with that.
One idea is, while we are, I know this is proclamation. I know this is proclamation, but can we get a comms, what are they doing? If they are basically sending a social media like, Lung Cancer Awareness Month, I think that equally acknowledges from a town point of view, instead of a proclamation point of view.
Just doing some kind of awareness.
Yeah, so because creating the awareness is important and not necessarily proclamation. If we can see what comms is doing, might be, there's many of those discussions.
So I would, if I could, I would say they're not doing a lot of things like that. One of the challenges we have with comms is we are overwhelmed with information that we want to put out, that you want to put out, that other people want to put out. So we also are trying to limit that to some extent, because at some point you just completely dilute your message. So they're really not doing any of that general awareness stuff. We really are addressing that more through proclamations. Now, some of the events and the holidays that are relevant to our community and to our culture, those are happening, but anything like, some of the things that are up here are less likely to be handled by comms. And my suggestion would be that we not try to push more in that direction, because we're just going to dilute the more important messages we're trying to put out.
What is Surya Namaskar? I'm probably butchering that, but what is that?
Yoga and mindfulness.
Satish?
It's an exercise that,
Sun salutation.
Oh,
Yoga.
yeah, yoga exercise is more,
does that really need to be a proclamation? I don't think either one of those for January need to be a proclamation.
they come and they teach and they have something.
They haven't been here in a couple of years for that.
Did they come this year?
No,
Yes, sir, this year I don't.
no, they haven't come in a couple, I've only seen them come once.
Well, part of it was COVID too.
Oh.
When you were,
You know
But
why?
they-
Maybe because did they come prior to a meeting? Why am I thinking they came prior to a meeting?
I think
I don't know.
so.
did, and then we had a proclamation.
Yeah.
It just seems silly to have a whole proclamation for that.
I will say that for our tracking sheet, we have them listed every year from 2024 back to 2020, or 2015, excuse me, but not in 2025. But, this is reflective of your values currently. That's why we're bringing it before you. You'll also get an annual report in January, so you'll continually revisit this list.
Is there not like a yoga day on June they come and do? I've seen like those kind of proclamations given, and especially our Parks and Recs got it, which is supposed to do its job.
No, it's not. Well,
It's
not
close
close
enough.
enough.
You gotta get closer. Now you're set.
So, especially I know there was, so this is good, but I think we have to also see on side of it what the town is also doing, right? Because this is one side of the equation. If I know in June, they're doing a yoga thing. That town does it and Parks and Recs gets it. I've seen they come and pick up that proclamation. So when you put both side to side, then it will make it better than just, if it's some form or shape it is getting covered, then it's okay.
And we can bring that back to you if you'd like to see more of that information. The reason I left it off of this one is because those do change that requested process. Mary, do we have a proclamation scheduled for Yoga Day in June this year?
Yes, it's not Yoga Day, but it's National Reps and Parks Fitness, National Fitness. And then it's a celebration of a family yoga event.
Yeah,
in the
something like
park.
that.
Yeah. Good job, Satish.
So Kayla, can I ask a question? So this list then that we have in front of us, these are the ones that we're gonna read potentially in council. Of the two that we're gonna read, is that what?
So what we've kind of talked about behind the scenes is these proclamations would be automatically put on your agenda. If we have someone lined up to receive them, then they will be read, but if they're not, then they will just be listed for reference.
Okay, good. Yeah, you said that in the beginning.
No, you're fine.
Okay. I'm okay with what we all just talked about. I'm all right. Well, which was take the namaskar off. And everything else we just said.
Kayla, do you have a running summary?
Yes,
Let's do
I'll
that.
read back our current summary. So adding domestic violence awareness in October, removing bleeding disorders, keeping women's history, keeping foster care month. Tennis, I actually did not get where we landed on tennis. That is something that could be.
Just keep it.
Keep it for now.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure they'll request it if we don't have it automatically.
Yeah, it really just becomes a
Steve
question
is
whether you
going to-
read it or not.
And what is National Mentoring Month?
Yeah, can we get rid of that?
I think we put so much emphasis on education that's kind of like through the schools and stuff.
But it just seems meaningless. I think it's so vague. Doesn't really have a point. I mean, I think it could be substituted with something else. I mean, what does that really even mean?
I think mentoring is just the core of building organizations and building student bodies. Like DECA is about mentoring, Thai Carolinas, there's lots of organizations in the area that are doing mentoring. So that could be one that if there's no one to receive it, it just gets listed. Because that's how it's been in the past. That I don't think we've really given it to people.
It just seems dumb because it's not. I think it waters down everything else because it just doesn't seem like it has any weight to it. I know I'm not explaining it well. It's so vague, it's meaningless.
So
Whatever.
I agree that it's a broad topic. I don't think that it's a bad thing, but I'm not convinced it needs to stay on the list.
I think we could put something else.
So,
But
Yeah, we can add also.
and we can
well,
add, like,
I'm
because
trying to whittle down like stuff that
because
too
we
much.
read about
I'm trying to whittle down.
there are many other things that I can memorize doing, like Read America. I don't see that here.
It's right there.
February.
And then Bike to School also at some point I have seen that too.
That's a day.
But proclamation?
It's not a proclamation.
We support the event.
It's an event.
Oh, okay.
Some council members support it, PD and the fire typically support it.
I like what you're thinking though. That we're active and part of.
So I think maybe the next step is maybe to see the full list with staff and then maybe do one more review. I really like what we've done tonight. I don't think we need to keep going unless there's something that somebody hasn't shared.
Okay.
Well, how about I finish reading this list just to make sure that's correct, and then I'll bring you back this updated list along with the staff. So tennis, we are keeping.
Yeah, he will come out of his vacation right
Yes, we can't live with Steve.
Across the world, I can feel it.
He's calling me.
I have the note for AAPI month to take it to the Advocacy Day. Senior citizen is staying, senior fitness is being removed but may be added by staff and discussed at that center. Removing lung cancer, removing Surya Namaskar, and National Mentoring Month, we did not land that plane.
I'm okay with
Removing, I think that was 4 for removing.
Liz, you said you're okay with
I said I'm okay
removing?
with removing that. I sure did.
We're good.
So I will bring this updated list back to you along with our current staff requested proclamations.
As long as we're talking about proclamations, I don't know if we've done this, I'm not sure if we've done it correctly in the past, but are we putting all the proclamations somewhere in one spot for the public?
For the public, I don't believe we are currently.
That was part of our plan, that when we talked to you about updating this rules, that we are going to create a repository on the website. I think we're going to wait till the new website launches, just because anything we change now, a certain young lady in communications is going to come punch me in the face. And I don't appreciate that.
I don't want
so
to give her any more than, because she's, okay.
We're past the point of modifying.
So okay, so all these proclamations then will eventually be in, you have them, I'm sure, Kayla, you can keep track of them, I'm confident of that. But they'll be somewhere where the public could eventually one day be able to see them. Does that include all the other proclamations we're talking about in our world here?
Yes, it will
Okay.
include all proclamations, not just these annual ones.
Okay, so if we're going out there and doing a proclamation in the public, we should be giving it to you then. Are you tracking all that?
Yes.
Are we giving that to you?
By your policy, you all are each able to give 2 proclamations outside of this council presentation. From my discussion with Aaron, the last time we were informed of any of those was fall of 2024, so it's our understanding none have happened this calendar year. If that is not true, if you could please send me those so I have an updated list. Because we do need to track all of those.
Because they're public information.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you know that January is National Blood Donor Month? Or Birth Defect Prevention Month?
Here she goes.
I'm giving
I
you.
thought you were whittling down, not adding.
Well,
Thousands of things we
We
can
just-
add up.
Kayla, do you have what you need?
Yes.
I think we have what we need, folks.
I'm given options.
Thank you.
Well, no, I'm
Good job.
finding a couple that.
Thank you, Kayla.
meaningful. Blood donor month. That's a good. That's something to advocate for.
Thank you, Ms. Bertling. Should this go to you, Brandon, or to her?
Mary will present it. I'm here for moral support.
At the Thanksgiving sign.
We're now welcoming our Parks and Rec Director, Mary Fawcett, to talk us through a lease option. The senior center, it is exciting. It is the
Is this more
future.
fees?
No.
No, ma'am.
It's more upfits.
Then what is it?
She's not talking about fees.
Opportunity of responding to the request of the seniors to expand our footprint. Give me just a second. You're trying to hack into my computer. Okay.
You're on the screen.
Okay. We're talking about the Morrisville Senior Center. As I shared a few seconds ago, I'm very excited because this is in response to a 12-month plus process
where the seniors on the advisory committee and participants at the senior center just were asking questions of staff about what was coming next with the lease set to expire this fall. As you see before you, there's a timeline where we had facilitated discussions at our senior advisory committee meetings. You all, some of you participated in our meetings where we had continual discussions and then opened up the opportunity to hear needs from the community through a survey. I've talked about the statistics in the past, but I'm happy to bring that back up tonight, but just in the emphasis of time, I'll blush over that for now. And just give you a high-level reflection back that one of the questions in the survey inquired about recommendations for enhancing the Mooresville Senior Center, and the results are presented before you in the word cloud. You can see that they wanted larger space, rooms, programming, classes, that they are desiring that opportunity for socialization and coming together. On the slide before you, this is where we are getting to the crux of our conversation, is what does it look like? We explored options of looking at several spaces across town that whittled down to actually returning back to where we are. And that was desirable by the members that participate on the Senior Advisory Committee and then our participants in programming. So what I have received from the owner of McCrimmon Corners is a letter of intent of expanding the lease. And as you heard Manager Zudema earlier mention, that we're just under 3,050 square feet currently, and by the additional expansion, we would enhance by 2,411 square feet. That would bring us just above 5,000, or just under 5,500 square feet. This is very exciting. It hits on those needs and requests of being able to enhance programming and space. And then the options in the letter of intent include 3 different terms: a 59-month with the option of renewal of 59 months, a 7-year term, or a 10-year term. It is a recommendation by staff that we go for 59 months. Would you like to interject why that's our request?
So we've shared with you before, I think, that if we go beyond 59 months, it just requires approval outside of this board, this council. And again, the way that they've structured this is they've allowed us to renew for up to another 59 months at the same rate. The only change is a 3% increase each year. So, that's favorable to us. Again, we're a good tenant. I mean, they're who we're looking for, right? We're not the shop that's going to disappear 6 months later. It's going to go out of business. If we say we're going to be there for 5 years, we'll be there 5 years. If we say we're going to be there for 10, we're 10, and we're going to pay our bill. So they're I think, happy to have us taking additional space.
So, as we're discussing tonight, I'm seeking your support of that recommendation of the 59 months with the renewal of 59 months. And then that will progress to moving into a signed lease agreement. What questions do you all have?
So I'm concerned about the businesses that are already in that space. Has the landlord talked to them? Like, are they okay with it? I'm not super comfortable if we're like muscling them out of their space.
I'm not privy to all the conversations. What I've been made aware of is that the property manager fortunately has opportunity at the same location for relocating them.
Okay. And they've agreed to that?
I don't know the answer to that.
They've agreed to honor their lease, which generally speaks to you could be moved.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I have a question about the terms. So the recommendation is for 59 months, but was there any advantages to a 7-year or 10-year lease, like any rate advantages? Or so really, that's strange. Don't you think they give us a discount for 7 years or 10 years? Because that's a longer duration.
It's possible. This is what they presented to us. I will tell you what they did have concessions on is the tenant improvement allowance. Originally, that had come in at just on the new expanded spaces, and then we asked it to be across the entire space. So that was an enhanced request that they honored.
I think the other piece of that, Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, is we've been pretty clear of the 59 with a renewal. So I think that's why they didn't necessarily look at the 7 or 10 differently. It's the exact same rate, just with the 3% increase.
Right, it just gives us the flexibility.
Correct.
Do you know how much, like operating costs, will that double, or is it because we, like, twice the amount of electricity? I don't know, it's just trying to understand the impact of that. I'm excited. I just didn't know if there's been any consideration for additional staff yet or whatever.
No needs that we are envisioning now for additional staff.
Thank you.
I think the other really depends on how we design it out and use it. And so we're just not ready to give you that number
Right.
because we haven't.
Well, we know what the
pictures.
lease costs, so.
Yes,
yeah.
yep.
Oh.
Sorry, I think Mayor Colley had his.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't see that.
I don't know. So I don't want to open a can of worms, but we don't go from current space to the expanded space immediately. So do we have plans to move our to a temporary center, or are we going to keep on operating there during renovations? It's kind of outside the scope of this, but I think for transparency, it's important for us to.
Yeah, I think. Pretty nice gadget here. I think we're going to spend a little time evaluating our programming for exactly to determine what we're gonna do in the space. We've seen the spaces. They are attractive spaces. They're relatively open spaces now, so I think it gives us the opportunity to do what we need to do inside the space. I don't know if anybody recalls, but the existing space used to have a kitchen. We had to tear all that out. It was a commercial restaurant. It was a lot of work. These two spaces, I think, are a little more attractive because they're just basic open spaces. Once we go through the programming exercises and get a consultant on board, we'll be able to figure out our best path forward. I think we're going to definitely try to maintain this existing space. I think it's to the benefit of everybody that we don't move anybody. We keep our programming as best we can while we renovate the new space.
And if in the event, we will look at options.
Yeah,
We'll try not to have a break in service as best we can.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, is yours up? Okay, Councilman.
Timeframe. What are we talking about, timeframe? Because that's the other question that's gonna be asked. So, and there's, I'm sure, I know some that are listening.
So we will sign the lease hopefully within the next 30 days. The first is an LOI, letter of intent, where we sort of lock in the rates, and then we can still negotiate a little bit to get to the final lease agreement. It'll be strikingly similar to what we have now, but we'll push a little bit and see what we can get. And then, so from there, once we have the lease in place, then the shopping center has to move the existing tenants. So they have to start, they won't do that until we sign a lease. Once we sign a lease, they'll start the process of moving those other two tenants into other space. So they've got to do that upfit work. So there's going to be probably several months, I would say, of that happening. And then we would be able to get in, Mark and his team. I mean, they'll be designing it as soon as we sign the lease. So that may or may not line up depending on design time. We could take a little longer to design. You never know. But I would think that by this summer we would start design, and we could probably start working there. This calendar year may be pushing it a little bit, but I think certainly after the first of the year we would probably be able to start construction. And then again, the length of that construction just really depends on the level of detail of what we're doing. I would like to think that certainly by this time next year they'd be operational in that space, but I think it could be sooner.
My tube light just went out. The tenant improvement allowance, that's okay, but if we are not operational for a year from now, we're still paying the rent, right? So is there a subsidized rent on that?
So we would pay the rent once the other folks are out, and I think we get a 90-day window. Mark doesn't know, he hasn't seen the lease. I think what we did last time, which would be repeated, is I believe there's a 90-day window for us to do upfit before the rent would start. So there's a possibility that we could have a month or two of overlap. I think we had that last time where we were finishing up things. But yeah, but they give us a window that they know we're gonna have to upfit.
And the last question, and the most important, and I don't want to compromise on that, is we didn't do a good job in the lease for the first one where we were not allowed to use on the weekends and all those restrictions. I don't want that on this one.
Well,
respectfully.
Respectfully, I don't think it's that we didn't do a good job, is that we negotiated, and the challenge we have is, as you recall from last time, is that Harris Teeter has the option to reject any lease in that shopping center. And so we went through a surprisingly challenging process of getting, because they were asking questions about parking and timing and noise, and, you know, we had to negotiate to get them to allow us to do a temporary meeting there if we needed to, which we've done since. But they were opposed to other activities. So we're going to negotiate that once we get this LOI signed, that we would like to. I've had that conversation with the mayor as well about the possibility of whether that might be youth programming or other space, and when that might be available, when it would not. So that's something that still has to come in the negotiations.
Agree, and because there was a taekwondo place before the pet thing, and they used to have events, weekends and evenings and all. So I don't know why they're doing so excellent treatment for us versus the other tenants that they were already allowing them to do.
I can't answer that question. When we did this, what, 4 or 5 years ago, that's where we were.
But yeah, I would say logically, they can't dictate when to use, when not to use. Then tell them not to give the lease for the weekends. You know, deduct the rent out of it. Absolutely. If you're not allowing us to use it on a weekend, then why do I pay?
Well, they didn't
22
prohibit weekend use, they just prohibited certain uses. But again, I do think that given who we are as a leaser, we're attractive to them. So I think we have some leeway to try to move that this time.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
No, I just want to say that they've had 5 years also, just to see what good tenants the senior center has been, you know, and to see the level of traffic and how many parking spaces they take up. So we should be in a better negotiating position this time around.
Agreed.
So are you looking for head nods?
Yes.
Are we to that point? Yes, I think we're all very comfortable.
Okay.
Thank you very much for all the hard work you
All
guys
right.
have been doing behind the scenes.
Thank you.
I can see a lot of smile there too.
You were correct, Brandon.
Yeah.
Okay, we're at yes.
Anything, sir, for the good of the order?
I do not believe so. We'll see you all on Thursday.
Would entertain a motion? I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Councilmember Rabadi on the motion, Councilmember Johnson on the second. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously 6-0. We are adjourned, 10:07. Thank you.
Has anybody ever opposed?
I don't think that's
Has anybody ever opposed?
Joking.